Good morning, everyone. We're welcoming those back. We're continuing on with our board meeting from yesterday. This meeting of the Board of Chiropractic Examiners is being held at the Department of Consumer Affairs hearing room located at 1747 North Market Boulevard, Suite 186, Sacramento, California, 94834. The date is April 17th, 2026, and the time is 9 a.m. The board's paramount responsibility is to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the public through licensure, education, engagement, and enforcement in chiropractic care. Members of the public may address the board during the public comment session. Public comments may also be taken on agenda items at the time the item is heard and prior to the board taking any action on said items. Those who would like to provide public comment will be limited to 3 minutes unless, in the discretion of the board, circumstances require a longer period. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their allotted time to other members of the public to make comments. Individuals may appear before the board to discuss items not on today's agenda. However, the board may not discuss or take action on these items except to decide whether to place the matter on agenda for a future meeting. Please be aware this meeting is being recorded. Please turn off or silence all cell phones, and we will now take the roll. Ms. Cruz?
Dr. Adams?
Present.
Dr. Daniels?
Present.
Ms. Cruz? Present. Dr. Azzolino?
Present.
Dr. Paris?
Present.
We have a quorum.
And Mr. Sweet,
Oh, Mr. Sweet
our
is.
other public member, has been excused.
Thank you.
To members of the public, we had an agenda item, number 9, from yesterday's business meeting carried over till today. That item will be taken at the end of petitioner hearings this morning, and then before we go into closed sessions to deliberate. So if you're on that matter, you have some time before your public comment will be required. Having said that, we will turn the time now over to our administrative law judge to conduct our proceedings.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Christopher Dietrich. I am an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I'll be presiding over the petition matters this morning. I'm going to give a brief introduction to how the petition matters are all going to be conducted. So I ask that all petitioners listen in. I will confirm when you take the table for your particular hearing that you've heard these instructions and there's nothing that I need to repeat. So just to explain the purpose of the petition hearings, the petition hearings are for reinstatement of revoke or surrendered license or for early termination of probation. The board has received the petition packets that the petitioners have submitted, and the board has read those petition packets. It's not necessary for you to repeat or present the information that is in your petition packet. The order of the proceeding will be as follows. Once we call your case, Mr. Arthur, the Deputy Attorney General, is going to proceed first to present some background information regarding the prior discipline in this matter. The purpose in doing so is not to relitigate the prior discipline, but rather is to give the board context on the matters that are before the board. And the purpose here is not to, again, to relitigate matters, but rather the board is most focused and interested in learning about any rehabilitation that the petitioner may have engaged in since the prior discipline. After the Deputy Attorney General has concluded with presenting the background, the petitioner will have the opportunity to make a presentation under oath on his or her own behalf to explain why they believe they're entitled to the relief on the petition. They will then be subject to questioning by the Deputy Attorney General and then by members of the board. After the conclusion of the hearing, you're not going to find out about the outcome of the hearing. Rather, the board is going to go into closed session at the conclusion of all the petition matters, and a written decision will be issued sometime in the future thereafter. We do have a court reporter here who's taking down everything that's said verbatim during this hearing. And a few things we can do to make sure that we have a clear record. One is we need to make sure we speak loudly, clearly, and into the microphone. And we also need to refrain from speaking over each other. The court reporter may interrupt from time to time to ensure that he's hearing you appropriately and got down what you said. And if he does interject, please just repeat whatever he instructs you to repeat and then continue on from your prior statement. And one final note, if This may apply to some of the petitioners, but not necessarily all. If costs were previously ordered as part of the prior discipline, costs payable to the board will need to know whether those costs have been paid. Mr. Arthur, I'll ask that you ask that with the appropriate petition matters to ensure that evidence is received by the board. With that, our first petition will be Ms. Tran. Good morning, ma'am. Did you have any questions about what I just went over with you?
Good morning, no.
Okay, thank you for being here. And are you ready to go on the record, Mr. Barnard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are on the record before the Board of Chiropractic Examiners to review the petition for early termination of probation of Annie Tran. This is the board case number AC 2017-1131 and Office of Administrative Hearings case number 2026-030169. My name is Christopher Dietrich. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been assigned to preside over this matter. May we please have the appearance of our court reporter.
Good morning. My name is Emmett Barnard. I'll be the court reporter today, and my license number is 14529.
Thank you. Appearance of the Deputy Attorney General.
Good morning, Philip Arthur.
Thank you. And Ms. Tran, would you please state your name for the record?
Annie Mai Tran.
Thank you. Ms. Tran, did you hear the instructions that I gave to you prior to going on the record?
Yes.
Did you have any questions for me about those instructions?
No.
Okay, thank you. We will now proceed to hearing a background from the Deputy Attorney General. Go ahead, Mr. Arthur.
Thank you. I'm appearing on behalf of the Attorney General in accordance with Government Code Section 11522. I'm here to assist the panel in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest. I'm here to ensure that the panel has adequate information from which to make a decision. In this case, Ms. Tran became a licensed chiropractor on February 16, 2007. Effective May 19, 2018, her license was surrendered via a stipulated surrender, which was based on an accusation that alleged that on January 23, 2017, Ms. Tran was convicted of violating Penal Code Section 368 Subdivision D, theft from elder or dependent adult. Effective March 1st, 2023, Ms. Tran's petition for reinstatement of her license was granted. However, her license was placed on 5 years probation. Ms. Tran has complied with all terms of her probation, and she now seeks early termination of her probation. And if I could go through what I have marked as Exhibit 1, just briefly, hopefully. Exhibit 1 consists of a redacted copy of the petition, 25 character reference letters, a certificate of attendance from Palmer College of Chiropractic, 36 certificates of completion, a copy of the cover of the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions workbook, an email from, and I apologize if I mispronounce the name, Ray Bramar, a success coach. Yes, absolutely. R-H-E, B as in boy, R-E, M as in Mary, A-R. And that email verifies that Ms. Tran completed 36.5 volunteer hours. It also includes verification that Ms. Tran donated blood to the American Red Cross on April 29th, 2025. It includes receipts from Educational Media Foundation and K-Love Inc. for Ms. Tran's monetary donations there between 2023 and 2025. It includes 45 canceled checks from Ms. Tran to various organizations. There are donation summaries from several organizations, including the American Red Cross. There is a credit voucher from the Academy of Chiropractic. It also includes Ms. Tran's adult and pediatric first aid CPR cards with the American Red Cross, dated September 21st, 2017 and October 17th, 2018. It also includes 4 canceled checks from Ms. Tran to the board reflecting full payment of her cost recovery. It includes Ms. Tran's license certification. There's also a memo from Brianne Hughes, the enforcement analyst with the board, confirming that Ms. Tran has complied with all terms of her probation. And the last two items in there are the final decision in case number A as in Apple, C as in Coach, 2017-1131, reinstating Ms. Tran's license and placing the license on 5 years probation, along with the accompanying stipulated surrender and underlying accusation. And finally, it includes the notice for today's hearing. I move to submit Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Thank you. Ms. Tran, did you have any objection to the board reviewing and considering the documents that were just mentioned?
No.
Exhibit 1 is so admitted.
Because the burden is on Ms. Tran, I have no further statement, but we reserve the right to question her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One matter I forgot to state for the record is that before we went on record today, it was established that a quorum of the board is present for today's hearing. We will now proceed to hearing evidence from Ms. Tran. Ms. Tran, please raise your right hand. Do you the right. There you go. All right, no problem. Happens frequently. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Please state and then spell your full legal name for the record.
My name is Annie Mai Tran, A-N-N-I-E, Mai, M-Y, Tran, T-R-A-N.
Thank you. So how this portion will work, you will now have an opportunity to make any statement you wish under oath regarding your petition, keeping in mind the prior comments that I made regarding it's not necessary to repeat everything that's in your petition packet. When you're done with your statement, please let me know, and then I'll hand it over to the Deputy Attorney General. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor, Attorney General, members of the board, and those who are present today. Thank you for hearing me. We are here today to determine whether it is necessary for me to stay on probation for the rest of my term. I understand why probation was imposed. Because of the seriousness of what I did, the board needed time to see whether I could live and practice differently over time, not just by what I say that I had changed. I respect that, and I do not take my request lightly. I was convicted of elderly theft because my mentor and friend did not have the mental capacity to give me money. I was in jail for almost a year. I was on probation for 2 years. I surrendered my license because of my conviction. I got my expungement 16 months after my probation. Since my probationary license was reinstated in March 2023, I have tried to use this opportunity the right way. I completed all the required exam, paid restitution in full, continued working in a structured clinical setting, and continue my personal work to address the issue behind my misconduct. I am sorry I poorly represent chiropractors. I understand I have harmed our profession in the past. I also understand this is not only about finishing requirements. It is also about judgment, boundaries, consistency, and how I handle difficult situations. My misconduct happened over 14 years ago. The issue behind my misconduct involved poor boundaries, unhealthy thinking, lapse of judgment under family pressure, and handling things too privately. I'm almost 45 years old now. What is different now is that I do not respond to pressure the same way. I keep clear boundaries I ask for perspective instead of trying to handle situation on my own. And I work in a clinical setting that reinforces structure, communication, integrity, and discipline. I am respectfully asking now because I believe by completing over 3 years out of my 5 years term of probation that I may have shown you that I'm rehabilitated, that I'm transformed, and I'm still continuing my journey of self-betterment. I understand why 5 years were imposed, but I hope that this over 5 year was enough time for the board to see my conduct, my actions. I'm respectfully asking the board to look at what I've shown since being released from jail and consider whether the remaining probation period is necessary. Because the public, my patient, and my future patients are safe with me. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then, Ms. Tran, you submitted, you brought some additional documents with you today. Mr. Arthur, did you have any objection to the board reviewing and considering those documents?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Those, I will collectively mark those as Exhibit A and admit them into evidence. Mr. Arthur, would you be willing to, when you get back home or to your office when we're done today, to upload those into Case Center and the additional evidence bundle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You may now commence your questioning.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Tran.
Good morning.
Are you a little nervous this morning?
Very.
Okay. Can you explain to the panel why you want your probation terminated early?
I believe that over 5 years of serving my probation, over 3, please forgive me, I meant over 3 years of being observed by the board, that I've shown my rehabilitation transformation. It is not the hardship of being on probation that I ask. It is because I have completed all my exams, paid my restitution in full, worked in a structured clinical setting, and continue my self-improvement, betterment to address all my issues.
And then I have just a couple of questions from the information in your petition, okay? In your petition, you state that Dr. Jeffrey Tucker has guided you in strengthening your clinical skills and reinforcing the principles of honesty, accountability, and patient-centered care. Can you please describe how Dr. Tucker did this for you?
Yes, Dr. Tucker will explain to me new techniques or new physio modalities that he learned or that he learned through seminars. He will educate me on how to improve my patient care, and he will help me articulate to patients so that they fully understand what I want to say when it comes to helping them understand that they have accountability during treatment too. For example, he helped me explain to patients that it is important for them to continue doing those exercises, not just coming to therapy, so that they could heal better. And those are that's all I have to say.
Okay. In your petition, you also state that you have developed ethical boundaries, improved financial and decision-making discipline, and implemented self-reflective practices to ensure that your actions always align with your values and professional responsibilities. How have you done this?
Through meditation, I am able to respond and not react. I pause. If I feel the situation has more pressure, I will start asking those I care and love and trust, like family and friends, explain to them the situation, and these are what I'm thinking I should do. This had helped me to have clearer boundaries and not rush and help those I care for, and overstepping my boundaries because it's not my responsibility.
My last question is, in your petition, you state that you have embraced opportunities to demonstrate reliability, compassion, and integrity in your work and daily life. How have you done this?
Can you repeat your question?
In your petition, you state that you have embraced opportunities to demonstrate reliability, compassion, and integrity in your work and daily life. How have you done this?
I believe I have done this by providing emotional support to those I work with, as well as people in the office building. Some of those have gained trust in me, and they will share with me their personal life, and I will tell them, I'll pray for you. I'll send good vibes into the universe. Beside that, I continue working on crisis text line, helping these texter who is in need. I help them through reminding them their strengths. And when I remind them their strengths, so they have the ability to help solve their problem and be more in control of their life and not spiral downward. It's also for my selfish reason why I continue volunteering at Crisis Text Line. It's because this is how I keep clearer boundaries. It reminds me about my strength as well, so that I don't allow my insecurity or the need to help those I love or trespass my boundaries to take on their responsibility because I'm completing a void in my heart. I don't do that anymore. I do love myself. And how do I show compassion at the office is when my patient, you could sense they're not themselves that day. I'm like, if you want to share with me, then you could tell me, but I'm here for you. Those are how I practice compassion, empathy, and integrity every day. Because I believe by practicing this every day, I am earning my mentor and friend forgiveness. I do believe I will see him one day, and I will ask him for his forgiveness.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur. I'm now going to pass it back to Chair Adams for directing board questioning. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for being here. I just have two questions, and then we'll go through give the board opportunity. You discussed wanting to terminate your probation. Has there been negative impacts on being on probation that you're also trying to avoid by having early termination, such as having to report and tell your patients that you're on probation by the board? Is that also an incentive?
Probation has its consequences. I feel very grateful to be a chiropractor. If the board chooses or feel that I need more time on probation, I'm gladly to complete. I understand why the 5-year term was imposed at that time, because the board doesn't want to just take my word for it, but it's been over 3 years. That's why I respectfully ask, because I will continue self-policing myself. It is my life purpose to earn his forgiveness. It's a way of life now.
Thank you. And are you continuing with CODA?
Yes.
Excellent. Dr. Paris, any questions?
Hi, Dr. Tran. Thank you. I want to congratulate you on your efforts so far. And I think, one of the things that the expectation when you go on probation is to satisfy all the requirements. And I kind of see that as the minimum standard, doing that. And so while we congratulate and we are always happy to see petitioners that have abided by their, anything that we've asked them to do, it still is considered somewhat the minimum requirement and the expectation. So I'm wondering if you might be able to describe any efforts in your mind that you think were extraordinary or beyond, and I would say that includes the time frame that we give for petitioners. That's the expectation, So what I'm hearing is everything you've done is kind of what we expect, and we think you're going along just fine. But I'm not hearing anything that would be extraordinary in my mind that would give me pause to say, oh, okay, this is an exception to those expectations. Do you have a response to that or anything that you might add?
I understand what you're sharing with me, Dr. Paris. I believe that because I did not stop my way of, because it has become my way of life, I believe that was more than the minimum. And what I meant by that, by continuing volunteering at Crisis Text Line, continuing Codependent Anonymous, continuing to pay forward through donation. I believe that was more than expected, because I didn't stop, and I will still continue.
Thank you. Understood. Thank you. No more questions.
Dr. Daniels?
Hi, thank you. had a quick question. Some of the letters that you provided, it seemed like some of the people were unaware of why you were on probation. Was there a reason for that? Most of them seemed like they were aware and that you were very forthcoming. There was a couple that seemed unaware of it.
Everyone that wrote me a letter knows about my situation.
Okay. All right, great. That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cruz?
No questions. Dr. Daniels had my question.
Dr. Azzalino?
I have none, thank you.
I have no further questions as well. I'll yield back to the judge.
Thank you. Did you have any further testimony you wish to provide today, ma'am?
Thank you for the opportunity to share my rehabilitation and self-betterment. I understand the seriousness of my past conduct and why probation was imposed. I also understand that trust has to be earned through actions over time, not just words. Since I have my probationary license, I've tried to use this period the right way. I completed all my exams, paid restitution in full, continue working in structural clinical settings, and continue working on my personal accountability that addresses my misconduct that happened over 14 years ago. I have also worked to build better boundaries, better judgment, and better habits in how I handle pressure and difficult situations. Like I said, it is my way of life. I am not asking probation is a hardship. I'm not asking to terminate my probation because of its hardship. I am asking because I believe I had enough time to show the board how I would actually conduct myself and would continue self-policing. I self-police through watching board hearings, taking more than 2 hours of ethical continuing education, attending more than 12 hours of live continuing education, attending codependent meetings, and volunteering at Crisis Text Line. All these remind me of where I've been, where I am now, and where I'm heading. I'm respectfully asking the board to consider if my remaining probation is necessary. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Other than the evidence you've already submitted, ma'am, is there anything else you wish the board to consider?
That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Arthur, any further questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I'm now going to ask if the matter is submitted, which means you fully presented the evidence you wish to submit, and the matter is rendered to the board for their decision. Mr. Arthur, matter submitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Tran? Matter submitted to the board?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Thank you. With that, the matter is submitted, the record is closed, and we are off the record. That concludes this petition matter. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Mr. Barnard, when you're ready, just need the end time and page count.
23 pages at 9:33.
Excellent. I'll pass it back to the chair for brief overture, for break. That's yours to keep if you want to.
The judge has asked, giving little time for the court reporter to do what he needs to do, so the next petitioner, we're going to take you in about 5 minutes.
Thank you. And the next matter will be Mr. Rocket.
Good luck. You too.
Okay, we're coming out of our short break, and just as a reminder, remember, we've read the packets. We don't need a long review on that, as the judge told us earlier. So with that, turn it back over to the judge.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to go on the record in the second matter. We are on the record before the Board of Chiropractic Examiners to review the petition for reinstatement of revoked license of Yariv Rothman. This is board case number AC 2020-1248 and Office of Administrative Hearings case number 2026-030197. My name is Christopher Dietrich. I am an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I am presiding over this matter. Before we went on record today, it was established that a quorum of the board is present. May I please have the appearance of our court reporter?
Good morning, my name is Emmett Barnard. I'll be the court reporter today, and my license number is 14529.
Thank you. Appearance of the Deputy Attorney General.
Good morning, Philip Arthur.
Thank you. And appearance of counsel for the petitioner.
Good morning, Harry Nelson and Philip Knarsch, appearing on behalf of Mr. Rothman.
Thank you. And I'll note for the record that Mr. Rothman is present. I will now proceed with the presentation from the Deputy Attorney General. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. I'm appearing on behalf of the Attorney General in accordance with Government Code Section 11522. I'm here to assist the panel in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest. I'm here to ensure that the panel has adequate information from which to make a decision. In this case, Mr. Rothman became a licensed chiropractor on May 8, 1998. Effective December 12, 2021, Mr. Rothman's license was revoked following an administrative hearing in which the administrative law judge found clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Rothman engaged in sexual acts or erotic behavior with two patients, engaged in acts constituting sexual abuse and or sexual misconduct against three patients, engaged in acts constituting moral turpitude against two patients, committed acts constituting fraud or misrepresentation by falsely representing that he was a licensed vocational nurse and authorized to perform blood draws and administer IVs to patients, committed acts constituting gross negligence against three patients, and committed negligent acts against three patients. Mr. Rothman now seeks reinstatement of his license. Going through the packet marked as Exhibit 1, it consists of a redacted copy of the petition, a certificate of training from Acumed, 12 certificates of completion, a letter from Mr. Rothman entitled Example Letter from Yariv E. Rothman to Affected Patient, a certificate of completion from Domestic Violence Solutions, a document entitled Proposed Policies, 5 character reference letters, a chart showing the continuing education Mr. Rothman has completed, Mr. Rothman's license certification, the final decision in case number A as in Apple, C as in Cat, 2020-1248, as well as the underlying first amended accusation, citation number C as in Cat, H, 2018-14080, issued to Mr. Rothman on February 19th, 2019, and finally, the notice for today's hearing. I move to submit Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection to Exhibit 1?
No objection.
Exhibit 1 is submitted.
Thank you, and because the burden is on Mr. Rothman, I have no further statement, but would reserve the right to question him.
Thank you. Counsel will be calling Mr. Rothman first.
Yes, thank you. If you would permit, Your Honor, I'd like to make a brief opening statement and then have direct testimony from Mr. Rothman.
Okay. Just emphasis on the word brief. Go ahead.
Members of the board, Deputy Attorney General, and Judge Dietrich, I want to say thank you first for the opportunity to appear before you today, and just to acknowledge briefly that this case involved serious misconduct, and we concede that the board acted appropriately in concluding that it had grounds to revoke Mr. Rothman's license in 2021. and that the findings reflect violations of professional boundaries, harm to patients, and an undermining of trust in the chiropractic profession. And I just want to say before I ask Mr. Rothman to speak to you directly that we are not here to relitigate those issues. Instead, we're here to ask a single question, which is that in the 4 years since that time, since 2021, or 5 years almost, not quite, has Mr. Rothman done the work necessary to safely be returned to practice consistent with public protection? And the answer I want to submit to you today is respectfully yes. And not just because time has passed, and not just because he is a skilled chiropractor, but because of what has changed. And what I hope the testimony today will show you is that 3 things were missing at the time of the 2021 hearing that make a difference today. First, Mr. Rothman's genuine insight. At the time of the hearing, the administrative law judge included a finding that he lacked insight and he was minimizing his conduct. And today, I believe you'll hear something very different about understanding the power imbalance in the relationship between a patient and a chiropractor, the coercive nature of boundary violations, even when they're framed as jokes, and the specific ways that harm is caused. The second thing I hope you will notice today that's different is sustained rehabilitation. This is not a case of a last-minute throwing together of a picture of compliance. This is years of continuous therapy, formal boundaries training, certification as a domestic violence counselor, committed time to advocacy work focused on violence against women. This is not about superficial steps to say the right things before this body. This is about a restructuring of how the man to my left understands himself, his conduct, and his responsibilities. And finally, the most important thing is forward-looking safeguards. Mr. Rothman is not here saying that his insight alone is enough. But we fully understand that your mandate is public protection and are proposing a structured reinstatement with conditions designed to ensure that there cannot be any question that patients will be protected, whether it involves practice monitoring or chaperone requirements or otherwise. And the last thing I want to say is that we stand here recognizing that reinstatement is not a reward. It's a determination that a former licensee, can safely return to practice under appropriate conditions. And it is important for you to hear directly from Mr. Rothman, and not to minimize what happened, but so that you can judge for yourself his accountability, his understanding, and change. And at the end of his testimony, at the end of this hearing, we will be asking you to grant reinstatement subject to the conditions that you deem appropriate. And thank you. With that, I would love to proceed and just do some direct examination. If that would be
Sure.
okay.
Thank you. We will now first swear in Mr. Rothman. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Please state and then spell your full name for our record.
Yariv E. Rothman, Y-A-R-I-V-E. Rothman, R-O-T-H-M-A-N.
Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed with your examination.
Thank you. Mr. Rothman, would you please describe your background in chiropractic practice?
As the board mentioned, the team mentioned, I'm licensed.
Could you adjust the microphone more so it's picking him up? Thank you.
I was involved in my practice for almost 21 years prior to me losing my license. Prior to that, I worked with myself in practice for a while, and then I joined other physicians that we were in practice together. And that was for 20, 21, almost 22 years, I believe, prior to my license being revoked.
Can you tell us what you've been doing since your license was revoked?
Well, I've really taken a very soulful deep dive into what caused me to act in the egregious manner that I did. I have done a lot of therapy personally. I did also, this was a very, very difficult time in my life. I have not had one day where I have not thought of the awful things that I said and did to people who were vulnerable and were expecting my professionalism and maintaining ethics and boundaries, professional boundaries that I failed to provide my patients. I minimized my actions. I took no responsibility for them, as I believed that my intention was not to cause harm. Since then, after doing a lot of work on myself, a lot of therapy, I've come to realize that my ethical self, or my morals and turpitude that I did perform, it was unacceptable, awful, and I've done everything that I can to provide my time and efforts to understanding what I did and to make significant changes in who I am and understand and take responsibility for what I have done in the past.
Let me ask you first, and this may be implicit in what you said, but do you accept the board's 21 findings revoking your license?
Absolutely. The board was completely within its right, and their decision was accurate in taking my license away. I did not deserve to be a chiropractor based on my actions, and I take full responsibility.
While we pause for just a moment while we deal with the microphone issue.
Sorry about that, just wanted to get a little bit better.
I'm sorry. I'm just very, very nervous.
Continue where you left off, sir. Go ahead.
And I take full responsibility for my actions and understand them completely. And I have deep regret and remorse for what I did and how I acted.
Was it simply poor judgment on your part?
It was poor judgment. It was a lack of maintaining professional boundaries. It was a loss of my path of who I really am. It was just egregious and unacceptable.
Would you agree it was an abuse of trust?
It was an abuse of trust. It was an abuse of the power balance that comes and is necessary between a doctor and their patient. It's ethical violations. It was something that was unacceptable. What I did was not a joke. And jokes are, regardless of what my intention was, that's irrelevant, because what's important is the premise of how it lays or lands on a patient. And I understand now fully the implications of traversing those boundaries or not maintaining professional boundaries with patients.
What do you understand today about professional boundaries that you didn't understand then?
A lot. I understand that the professional boundaries are put in place as protection for patients. The professional boundaries are put in place as for a physician to understand where their limitations should be and what their responsibility is to their patients, period, without exception. And those boundaries should not and be violated under any terms, regardless of where the direction the patient may take a conversation. It is a responsibility of the doctor to maintain their professional boundaries and maintain their oath to do no harm. And I failed to do that.
I want to turn to the subject of rehabilitation and ask you if you can describe the steps, in your own words, that you've taken since your license was revoked.
Well, first, it took me some therapy and time to even accept my responsibility, as I dismissed it, which is profoundly regretful on my part. Through therapy and also this experience has taught me a lot. I've lost a 23-year marriage in the interim, my practice. I have brought shame to my family, to myself, and to my community, as well as to the chiropractic profession, which I dearly love. I've done a lot of soul searching, and I've done a lot of work to understand where this violation and my behavior has stemmed from, and I've done a lot of work to resolve and to work and continue to work on these issues. I've created, in the interim, co-founded a nonprofit organization called Women's Health Advocacy Group to deal with specific policies and procedures that are often done in women's health care that involve harm. I took a course to better understand the effects of what domestic violence could be, or which is similar to what I did, considered violent in how I behaved, so that I could better understand the impacts of this kind of behavior.
Well, can you, in terms of, I want to go through each of these pieces and just talk about this for a minute. How has what you learned, and you described going through therapy, how has that changed the way in which you would treat and relate to patients if your license was reinstated?
First of all, for me to make any changes, it took work to even understand where I was coming from and what was wrong. In order to make a change, you first have to understand what you've done and where it's come from. And I've taken the steps to work on myself diligently and understand the balance of power necessary to be maintained in an office setting, in a clinical setting. And knowing that my patients are vulnerable, they're coming to me in pain or very vulnerable, and I am responsible to be there for them in the manner that I have committed to as a chiropractor, and maintaining boundaries and my ethics.
Thank you. Can you talk about how all of the work that you've done has changed your view of your role as a provider, and how your interactions with patients would be different if you were reinstated?
I minimized my role. In prior, I began to just routinely function in a very limitedly controlled environment. I lost my path. I lost my way. I was involved in a very difficult, caustic relationship, which affected me dearly. And again, that's irrelevant. I brought that into the clinic. And I understand now fully the egregious acts and statements that I've made, and I have committed to never, ever doing anything like that. I understand clearly the harm that I've caused, and I am committed to never do that again, and to be able to maintain the public's trust and the board's trust to be able to practice again in the profession that I dearly love.
Let me ask you, you mentioned the therapy, and you talked a little bit about some of the training and learning. Can you share with the board anything else you think is relevant about the community service, like what you've done and why you've done it in this process of these last 5 years?
One of the things I said I co-founded with the president of WAG. I've been committed over the last 3 years to working as a volunteer to make changes in policies and procedures with specific procedures that are done in offices to females, to women specifically, without the use of anesthesia or pain management. I have volunteered as well in the community, especially after October 7th, what happened in Israel. My whole family lives there. I have done extensive therapy, personal and both at the time for 2 years with my wife. I've spent time in clinical setting where I was glad that Dr. Zlotlo allowed me to perform administrative work so that I can still be around an environment that I love. And I've done so. I'm the operations manager, and I deal with all the business aspects of the clinical practice and the practice itself.
Thank you. Can you just talk a little bit about what safeguards or specific practices you would follow if the board reinstated your license going forward?
I would accept anything that the board would feel comfortable in having me follow, whether it's chaperoned reporting, anything that the board feels that would make them comfortable in reinstating my license. I will fulfill any obligation or any continuing education or anything that the board sees fit to safeguard their decision to reinstate me.
Mr. Rothman, can you tell me why do you think the board should trust you in evaluating our petition for your reinstatement?
I've made significant changes and completely changed who I am. I'm a different person today than I was. I have done a lot of work on myself. I've done some work in the community. I completely understand and fully accept what I did was egregious and unacceptable. I minimized it in the past. I actually was angry at the fact that I lost my license because I felt that my intention was what mattered. And I realize now that is completely irrelevant, unfounded, and unacceptable, period. My obligation is to provide a safe environment for patients to come in a clinical setting that maintains my oath, my boundaries, to not violate ethics and moral standards, and to be the best doctor I could be for them, which is something I'm committed to doing if I am reinstated for the rest of my life, as long as I practice.
Thank you. Is there anything I haven't asked you that you think the board should hear before we conclude?
I'm sorry, I'm just very, very nervous. I just want the board to understand that the most important thing about making a change is realizing what your actions were. And I denied that for a long time. And I have taken a very deep dive, a soul-searching dive into what happened along with therapy and where this came from. And I understand where some of it stems from and where it came from. And I understand and take full responsibility for what I did. I am very regretful and remorseful of how I affected these patients, and I'm sure others that did not come forward in the time of my practice. And I am committed to, and I have committed to making the changes necessary within myself to be the kind of doctor that I need to be to present or represent my profession in a manner that should be represented.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Arthur, your examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rothman.
Good morning, sir.
Why do you want your license reinstated?
I want my license reinstated because I want to return back to practicing chiropractic, to which I thoroughly enjoyed. I have wanted to be in practice since I was 5 years old. When I first saw my father, who was hospitalized and quarantined for a condition he had, and I remember saying to him that, "Dad, don't worry, when I'm big, I'll be a doctor and I'll fix you." I was the kid that would walk around with a little Red Cross bag with, a fake stethoscope and all of that, and I am very proud of my profession. I think that being able to return back to the practice that I love and to provide the care and treatment to patients and see them get well and progress and alleviate their pain and dysfunction is something that I have dedicated my life to. I did lose my way, and I'm committed to being the kind of doctor that I would want my 22-year-old daughter to go see. I am a girl dad, and thinking of my daughter ever experiencing the kind of behavior that I represented at that time, it was shocking, and I committed to make that difference.
In your testimony, you mentioned that if your petition were granted and the board were to impose any probation terms on your license, you would comply with those terms. Would that include complying with a term requiring you to pay back the board's cost recovery of $12,796.70?
Absolutely, without reservation.
In your petition and during your testimony, there's reference to the extensive therapy that you've participated in. Can you please describe the nature of that therapy?
Yes, sir. I've been involved in both prior in couples therapy for 2 to 3 years, in individual therapy with a psychiatrist and a marriage family therapist twice weekly, one each. I've done extensive work, and there's some reading about, especially in the PACE book, that I've done a lot of looked at and reviewed. Understanding domestic violence, being certified as a domestic violence counselor, and understanding the impact of statements and even actions or lack thereof, and how that can affect someone.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at Ronald Dotlow Medical Group.
Would you mind spelling that for our court reporter, sir?
Sure. Ronald, R-O-N-A-L-D, Zlotlow, Z-L-O-T-O-L-O-W, Medical Group, doing business as Vitality Health Center. I am the operations manager. After my license was revoked, I had a discussion, obviously, with Dr. Zlotlow, who's the president of the company. I had shares in the company because we were a MD-DC clinic. I sold my shares to him for $1. I gave up everything and asked him if there was anything that I could do, and he said, yes, I want you to start doing administrative work. So I've been doing that. We have 2 DCs that work in our office. We have a physical therapist, we have an osteopath, so we have other physicians that are there, including an RN who we just brought on, and that's basically what I do.
How long have you worked there?
In this capacity, sir?
At Dr. Zlotlow's office. How long have you worked?
Since the loss of my license, almost 4.5 years now.
And then regarding Dr. Zlotlo, your petition references the fact that you performed fitness training at his office. Is that correct?
Well, I was looking at, I don't do fitness training. We have a full gym in the office. So from time to time, if I see something being done wrong, I'll tell somebody, one of the physician assistants physical therapy assistants, or we'll make sure no one's getting hurt if they're doing something incorrectly or in an exercise. But mostly 99% of my work is administrative. Managing the practice, managing referrals, dealing with requests for documents, et cetera, for certain cases, and so on.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. We'll now proceed with board examination. I'll pass it back to Dr. Adams to run that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Azzolino, do you have questions?
I had no further questions. Thank you.
And Dr. Daniels?
Hi, good morning. I just had a couple questions.
Good morning, Doctor.
In your packet, you submitted some anti-harassment policy and procedures. Did you sit down yourself and create those, or were those generated by somebody else or through AI?
Some of it was generated by myself. Some of it was looking up the guidelines and what I can do to make sure that policies and procedures are in place. So discussion with Dr. Zlotlo on policies and procedures. And that's something that we've implemented.
So how much, just a rough percentage, would you say that you sat down and created yourself of those forms?
It was both of us sitting down looking at what needs to be done. I obviously looked up the guidelines and looked up information. I did do some investigating on the computer as to what would be necessary to give me some guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And then you submitted an example letter. Did you actually send that letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you attempt to make amends to the other victims?
In what way?
Sending them a letter?
Yes, I sent them a letter. I did, from my domestic violence training, I also learned some facts that I didn't want to trigger a trauma again that I caused these wonderful patients. So I obviously wanted them to know my regret and how unprofessional I was and to apologize to them. But I didn't continue to make any contact with them because I didn't want to, in any way, shape, or form, trigger any trauma that may have happened from their experience.
Okay. And then are you still in therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how often do you go?
Once a week right now with my psychiatrist, and every other week with a marriage family therapist. I do it online. Dr. Yasha Raskar is my psychiatrist.
Okay. And then,
Sorry. Yasha, Yasha. His last name, I'm not sure, Raskar, Rastgar, I believe. Sorry if I made a mistake. MD.
and then just one last question. You said that you've realized the root cause of your behavior, but I'm unclear as to what you understand is the root cause, and you've used some terms such as lack of self-awareness, poor judgment. It seems that at least what we have read, that it's really more than that. It's aggressive, it's disrespectful, and it was behavior, and it was for your self-satisfaction. So if you could just briefly highlight for me what exactly you feel is the root cause of those behaviors.
The root cause was my losing my path and understanding my responsibility as a doctor. I made terrible decisions. I created an environment that was lackadaisical. I realized that I thought that if my intention of bringing humor or being more friendly with patients was, with exception of obviously the sexual statements and comments, I realized how egregious that was. And my biggest thing is to realize that it was my responsibility to understand the balance of power that's necessary and to realize the effect that I can have negatively on somebody by violating these boundaries. I understand completely how offensive my actions were and how much harm that I caused, and it's just not who I am, even though I presented myself that way. I've done a lot of therapy and realized that a lot of it stemmed from my past. It had to do with my experience with my father, who was, when we came here from South Africa, where I lived, he would introduce a lot of humor into interactions with people, and in an attempt to kind of find a common ground. And he had an accent, so he was always construed as a foreigner. And my use of humor to some level, I think, is helpful in a healing environment, but not in the manner where I let it lead and where it went, because I transgressed every single boundary and commitment that I made by taking my oath not to do harm.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Thank you.
Ms. Cruz?
You mentioned, or you made a comment that in your kind of work with the Women's Health Advocacy Group, you were a co-founder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was reading, I'm referencing kind of the letter from Ms. Schwartz in saying that she had started the group, so you had started it with her.
That is correct.
Okay. She mentioned that she was aware of your past. Is it, with her being aware of your past, is it kind of understood in kind of within the leadership team of kind of knowing that you're as a operations manager, kind of implementing things like, the form? Oh, no, sorry. Those are two different things. This is your nonprofit work versus
That's correct.
your, thank you. Then let me switch over to kind of your office work in the medical office. Are the people in the office aware of your past and of kind of having your license revoked and the reasons behind it?
Absolutely.
Okay. And she was aware. In the implementation of the forms, was it just the two of you that kind of reviewed it to implement it, or were there other folks involved? The reason I say this is that, was there a female involved who reviewed the forms? Was it just kind of gentleman leadership?
No, there was Drs. Lotlow, myself. We have female staff at the time, front desk and also back office, physical therapy assistant. They are all very familiar with what happened. And I'm implementing things we have implemented things to just safeguard patients. I'm not directly involved in the clinical aspect of patients, but if the board will allow me to regain that privilege, I will follow any guidelines that the board deems necessary to safeguard the public, whether it's chaperoning, reporting, whatever it would take.
All right, no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Paris?
Good morning. Thank you, Dr.
Good morning, sir.
So can you just briefly tell me about the UCSD Professional Boundaries Program that you completed in 2001?
That was the PACE program. It was pretty intense. It was, at that time, all done online based on the fact that there was COVID, and it was done online. It was very involved. To be honest, I think that the material that's covered in that book should be part of general education in the chiropractic colleges. I learned a lot from that I did not even know about or understand as we went through school and went through different, courses, of course. I gained a lot of insight from that book and realized my responsibility, and even things that you would not consider a boundary violation. Things like commenting on someone's sweater, for example, or commenting on the way they look, or commenting on their outfit, something like that could even be misconstrued as sexual in nature and a boundary violation. It was very valuable. There was, I will say, that he does speak about intention as an aspect of boundary violation. And to be honest, that's one area I disagree with, because the intention of the physician or the chiropractor is irrelevant. What I mean to cause harm or not is irrelevant. If I'm violating boundaries and violating my professional judgment, I'm causing harm. So the intention is irrelevant. I am responsible myself for maintaining my professional relationship with the patient, period, regardless of my thoughts of them, who they are, etc. So.
Can you just briefly describe the duration and the number of hours? I was interested in kind of how.
I don't recall, but I think it's over 4 days of continuing treatment. I think it's like 8 hours a day. You're spending a lot of time on the program. I'm sorry, but I don't recall the exact time.
Approximately 4 days, full 8-hour days, and you're online.
And you're online, and you're.
And then I was a little confused with the investment, that you were an investor in, or you had some interest in a company with Dr. Z, I will say.
If I could just explain, and Mr. Rothman can confirm, the entity that was practicing the Vitality Center is a medical corporation in which Mr. Rothman was during the time as a licensee. It's a professional medical corporation with a majority shareholder, Dr. Zlatalau, and Mr. Rothman, when he was licensed, was by law entitled to be a minority shareholder. And the problem was, as soon as a licensee loses their license, they no longer qualify, and their continued ownership would disqualify the entity from practicing. And so Mr. Rothman essentially stepped away from his ownership and transferred. He can testify. I don't mean to take away his testimony, but we can just confirm that it was not our law firm. A different law firm prepared documents, and he surrendered. He transferred all interest, so that he has no ownership in a professional corporation, and no status other than asking for employment after that.
And that corporation operated at the address location where the violations occurred?
Yes, sir.
And you are now employed back at that same address?
That is correct, sir.
So
we moved from one office to another to this location about 7 years ago.
So, and you've mentioned in your duties there that you have some forward-facing, with patients at the office, like working the desk or administrative duties, things like that?
I work administrative duties. I make sure that patients are referred to the appropriate referrals outside of the office.
Do you interact is where I'm kind of trying to go here with this. Is do you interact with them face-to-face, other than you did mention being a fitness trainer?
On an administrative level, I do react with them. I make sure that they have prescriptions that they need. I make sure that they're going to getting referrals that they need. I make sure they have documents, for example, either MRI reports or clinical reports that they need. I confer with them with that.
So some potential to essentially have those same patients return to the office? Was there any mitigation or any thought to that?
I don't understand your question. No, the patients that are there are aware of what me not being licensed. They all understand that I'm no longer practicing. Some of them, a few of them have remained in the practice, but mostly they did not return.
A few of the patients that were named in the violation?
No, sir. No, sir.
So there's no opportunity for them to come back and do business with that office? Seeing as you're at the same address, same location, they were living in, apparently, I would assume, the same neighborhood or close to, or it was convenient for whatever reasons.
I would, if it was their choosing to come back to the office to receive services, we would welcome them, but considering my egregious actions towards them, I doubt that they're looking to come back to the practice.
Understood. I mean, unlikely, perhaps, but so you did no consideration of that, is what I'm hearing, of that possibility.
That would be their choice. Obviously,
Yeah.
they would be.
Okay. Understood. And then I have one last question. You specifically denoted that one of the duties that you have is fitness training, and I felt like it was walked back a little bit here in your testimony today, in that you said you kind of walk around, and if you see something going on, but I'm wondering, so is your testimony that you're not doing any one-on-one interaction or scheduled interaction in that fitness or rehabilitation in the clinical setting in the office?
There are other.
We have to make sure that the question's fully finished before you start answering. Go ahead.
Apologize.
I'm finished, please.
Yes. No, because of the knowledge that obviously that I have, knowledge can't be taken out of my brain, because if I see something happening that somebody's doing an exercise that may be harming them, I would say, hey, don't do it that way, or wait for the physical therapy assistant and so on, because there's a gym inside of our office. But I'm not directly involved with that, and the patients know that I'm not practicing.
Does that little bit of interaction in the gym, even if for safety purposes, et cetera, I understand what you're stating, but that was enough for you to list that as fitness training as one of your duties?
Yes. I wanted to put everything down, and
Sure.
in terms of fitness training, it's the way I
Appreciate
can't think
that.
of another way of
Thank you.
describing it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. Many of them have already been answered. Your role in the nonprofit, are you having any one-on-one, or do you act, you say volunteer as a kind of a counselor to some of these women that have had violence perpetrated against them?
No, sir. In this organization, which we started about a year and a half ago, we've done a lot of work in terms of what got me involved is Ms. Schwartz was involved in a procedure that was very hurtful and damaging to her. It was a female gynecological procedure that was done. And she put it out on social media, and we got like 20,000 women that responded and that had gone through the same procedure and what they suffered through. So we decided to put together an organization to affect policy change in the clinical practice. We have 2 gynecologists on board as well who made changes in their practice to reflect providing those procedures without causing harm.
Yeah, I'm more interested in your role.
My role
You
is...
said you volunteer there. What is your role?
Well, I'm co-chair, and my role is to try to get funding, to try to implement change on a political level, which requires money, helping write grants, which unfortunately has been very difficult in this current administration to get federal grants because you need money to make change in policy. So we're working with that, and it just takes a lot of time to get.
And do you receive any remuneration? You say you're a volunteer, but you don't receive any
No,
remuneration?
not a
So the
penny,
money
sir.
is
Not a penny.
not there.
In fact, there's probably like $6.50 in our account.
You made a statement in your testimony with questioning. Your intention is what mattered, and then you made a comment, about intent. You disagreed with the term intention, that it doesn't matter, and it got me thinking about what you said. But it was in the context that you were still not accepting what had happened. It was in the context that you were still angry about the fact you had your license taken away, and you didn't think your intention, something in that context about the things that you said and the things that you did in your practice that got you to where you are now. And I'm curious kind of curious what you meant by that. Was that are you saying that my intention was, because you've referred to joking and kind of making light, was your intent in some of those things that you said and some of the acts that you perpetrated on your patients, was that to be humorous or to joke, or what was the intent there? What did you mean by that?
I lost my way. I realized that what upset me, and because I wasn't even connected to my behavior whatsoever when this first happened, is that if I believe that if my intention wasn't to cause harm and I'm just joking around, then that gives me the license to act that way. That's incorrect. My intention is irrelevant in terms of what I believe is okay. It's not what I believe is okay. It's what I should be committed to as a doctor of chiropractic, to maintain professional boundaries and ethical standards in the environment, in the clinical environment, and understand the power difference that's there and the impact that has on the patients that are vulnerable. So that's when I realized that regardless of what my intention is, I'm just making a joke, it's irrelevant. That's important for me to have the intention to not do harm.
So whether it was to demean,
correct,
or to insult, or those are some things that I think that are a concern for me, is that that you understand. And I think that goes to the question that was asked earlier about the root cause. See, often just acknowledging that your behavior was egregious, we can all agree to that. But what is that cause of why you would do that? Because you also acknowledged that there was a pattern, and you apologized for who you may have that didn't come forward in previous, I would assume, years. In the past, 21 years.
I'm just asserting that I'm sure that there are other patients that have not come forward, and I accept responsibility for my actions, and whether what my intentions were to cause harm or not is irrelevant.
But you understand where I'm coming from is that when we talk about root cause and intent.
I understand what I did was absolutely unacceptable, period, regardless of what my thought process is or not. My thought process obviously has changed. I've done a lot of self-work to see where this has come from. Where did I
Where do you feel like it came from then?
just losing my path, losing my understanding of what my responsibilities are, being involved
But
in...
what do you think preceded the losing of your path? That's what I'm getting at. Because you're asking us to let you back on a path that you were. What assurances do we have that you're not going to lose your path? Or some of those root cause things to come back up?
Council, I can't have you showing in.
I can tell you that I have learned from my errors, and I understand the negative effects and the abuse that I did by acting the way that I did. I was nonchalant in my practice. I've changed the way I feel, the way I am, who I am, and understand the importance of being the person that I should be in a clinical setting, and that there's no room for any of this ridiculous behavior who does not represent me in this moment and this time. I've done a lot of work, and am committed to upholding the boundaries and guidelines and the rules of conduct that I should have before.
My final thing is, it's been nearly 5 years since you practiced.
Yes, sir.
And you're not practicing on anyone at the clinic. You're not adjusting
sir.
people.
No, sir.
How are you keeping your skills sharp?
I've taken some continuing education courses, as you see, which involve some practical aspects. I hope that I haven't lost my ability to adjust. I think after many, many years of doing it, it becomes, as you're familiar, second nature. And I hope I can get back to providing that service. And if I need to take additional courses to sharpen my practice of chiropractic and my adjustments, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions I should ask just real quick. Is there anything that prompted or circled back to anybody? Okay.
Thank you. Any further redirect?
If I could just ask a couple brief questions.
Go ahead.
First, I want to go back to the point that Dr. Paris asked you about, and your decision to seek employment, non-clinical employment in the same place where you were working. At what time, what period did you make that decision not to move to a different place and maybe potentially get out of the way of people who might have bad feelings about you?
Well, after this happened, obviously Dr. Zlotlo knew about it, and I approached him. I said, well, is there anything else that I can do in the practice that does not involve patient care and contact? And he said...
Right, so what I'm really asking you, okay, so the question I really want to ask you is, like, looking back now, 4.5 years later, can you understand why that decision, the decision that you made to go, to basically ask to be in the same place might have been inconsiderate?
Yes, thinking of it in that perspective, yes. I was involved in a lot of personal stuff as well with my wife, and I was taking care of my family. I was separated for quite a while, and I needed somewhere to work, and I was granted the opportunity. The patients that all knew what had happened. They all were familiar with my loss of my license, and still are. And I'm not involved with them in that manner. So Dr. Zlotlo thought as long as I can be in an administrative role, not in a clinical role, I won't have that kind of exposure to patients of contact and hands on them, etc.
So looking back now, can you understand why that may have been a suboptimal choice?
Looking back now, yes, and considering what I know now, yes. But at that point, I was scrambling to try to make some be in some relevant position to be able to support myself and still be involved in things that I like to do, except for not in a clinical manner, in a more of an administrative manner.
And just one other last question, which is, on this question of kind of root cause and insight, I think you've expressed quite a bit already about remorse. But in terms of what within yourself, if you can go back and tell us with what you understand today, what led you to joke inappropriately or to put your hand on a patient? What was it within you that on a psychological level that was leading to that choice?
I just completely lost.
No, you told us that you lost your way, but I'm asking you to go deeper and say, what within you, what was it where was is there a deeper insight there?
There's a lot of...
in terms of your feelings about yourself or your feelings about other people or why you would treat other people in any way.
I felt awful once I realized the gravity of my actions. I realized what I did was egregious. Like I said, having a daughter that was growing up and thinking of her experiencing that, and really investigating my ethical makeup and my mind and my soul of where this is coming from, I just realized that what I did was awful and it's not acceptable, and I'm very regretful and I'm ashamed. I brought shame to my family. I brought shame to the occupation of chiropractic. I brought shame to my community. And I truly regret that, and I realize that. And looking deeply into where it came from just losing my sight and losing my thoughts of how I should be practicing. I was in an unhappy place in my life, and that bled into other areas of my life, obviously. And so I've begun the long process over 4 years of resolving and changing that and making changes within myself to realize what I did and the consequences and how I have changed and how it will proceed from this point on, given the opportunity.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. We had a follow-up questions from Board Member Reynolds.
I appreciate your questioning, Counselor. I'm just circling back. Something prompted what you said there. As I reviewed your packet, one of the incidences that happened involved another employee, where they were brought to the door to view one of the patients that was on the flexion distraction table. And I'm curious if Dr. Z, because that involves somebody else, not just you one-on-one with the patient, was Dr. Z aware of that incident?
Yes.
Did that get brought up?
Yes.
So Dr. Z was aware of your behavior before the complaints were ever made?
At the time that it happened, I don't recall when he knew about it.
But your testimony is that he was aware of it, number one, prior to the complaint being brought to the board, and number two, before he knew where, and then still extended you to hire you.
I don't believe he knew that incident. I'm not sure.
Did he know of any incident? Aside from that employee, nobody else knew? That employee didn't tell anybody else? And to get around the office? You're under oath.
I'm trying to think back at what happened. He knew about it because it was brought up in the office. The patient never returned and was upset. He discussed it with me,
And what happened? What discipline was there? Because he's the majority holder, correct?
Well, at that time...
The director of the clinic?
Yes. he admonished me, obviously, for it. He said it was completely unacceptable. I apologized, but
Did you apologize to the patient?
yes, sir. I called the patient and apologized afterwards. Obviously, it was not.
So Dr. Z knew about it
He knew about
and then
the
offered
incident.
you, is there any expectation upon, if you were to get your license back, that your agreement, you will be a shareholder back in the corporation?
Not at this time, no.
There's no agreement.
No, in fact, I will be continuing to be operational manager as we have other doctors.
Is there any expectation on your part?
No, not at this point. We haven't discussed that. It's something that has happened. It's now we'd have to again change the corporation and resubmit paperwork and do all that. At this point, it's irrelevant. If I get my license back, that could be a consideration. But at this point, no.
Were there any other incidents in addition to these in the complaint that we know of, that you referenced that, your actions may have been, as a pattern that Dr. Z was aware of, or anybody else in the clinic? It's just the one incident that he was aware of?
He was aware of the one incident.
And nothing
yes,
else?
Sir. Not to my knowledge. Obviously, just being jovial and relaxed in the environment that I shouldn't have been. But no.
Okay. I have nothing further. Oh,
I'd just like to ask one thing for the record here. Is your compensation as a operations manager commensurate with the standard out there? Or do you feel you're compensated at a higher level because of your previous affiliation with the clinic and the
No,
corporation?
I'm compensated less than I would be compensated as a physician, obviously practicing, or a chiropractor. So I'm just doing administrative work. I don't get benefits of shareholding or profits or anything of that nature. I'm strictly an employee.
Can you please share what that is, the compensation?
Your compensation.
My compensation is roughly about $7,000 a month.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
we'll yield back to you unless there's anything else.
Thank you. Counsel, any further examination?
No further examination.
Mr. Arthur, any further examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any further evidence on behalf of petitioner?
No further evidence. If Your Honor would permit, just a very brief, just a 60 second.
60 seconds, okay. 60 seconds, you can do it. Well, you can do a closing argument. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not going to take your time. We've read an expansive file, and your questions today indicate that you have put serious time and attention, not just now, but into this whole matter. And I just want to say on Mr. Rothman's behalf and on our behalf that we appreciate that you have a significant responsibility in terms of protecting the public. This has been, obviously this was a very painful process these last years, and we are not here saying that Mr. Rothman is perfect. And I thank you for really searching questions that have actually made me think more as a lawyer when I talk to clients. And I've been before this board numerous times and before the other licensing boards with many people, and no one is perfect, and there's always more to be done. But what I ask you to consider when you take this case up is Mr. Rothman someone who genuinely is remorseful, who has insight, even if there could be more insight, who's done the work of rehabilitation, who's really tried to take accountability for mistakes. And I believe, and I do not say this lightly, that you are looking at a man who has really done a lot of work, of good work, important work, and is ready to be considered for reinstatement. And I hope that you will make that decision, and thank you for the time and energy that you've put into this.
Thank you. Is the matter now submitted?
Yes.
Council matter submitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, the matter is submitted. The record is closed, and we are off the record. Thank you for your time today. We do need to take a bit of a longer break since the corporation's been going at it for a while, so I propose we come back at 10:55.
So, we'll adjourn.
The next matter will be the petition of Patrick Kazaran. So if you could come forward, Dr. Kazaran. Thank you.
Yes, I think we're going to be, I think that the judge asked for about 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll put us on a break.
Yeah, we're on a 10-minute break. Thank you. And we are back. For an additional petitioner hearing, I'll yield to the judge to take it from here.
Thank you. Our next matter, I think we're ready to go on the record. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of surrendered license of Patrick Kazaran, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2026-030189, and board case number AC 2023-2014. We are here before the Board of Chiropractic Examiners. My name is Christopher Dietrich. I am an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I am presiding over this matter. Before we went on record, we established that a quorum of the board is present. May I please have the appearance of our court reporter?
Good morning. My name is Emmett Barnard. I'll be the court reporter today, and my license number is 14529.
Thank you. Appearance of the Deputy Attorney General.
Good morning, Philip Arthur.
Thank you. May you state your name, sir?
Patrick Kazaran.
Thank you for being here, and thank you, sir. Before we went on the record today, sir, before we started the first petitions, I explained the procedures that we'd follow today. Did you hear those instructions?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any questions?
No.
Okay. We will now then hear from the Deputy Attorney General to present a background of this matter. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. I'm appearing on behalf of the Attorney General in accordance with Government Code Section 11522. I'm here to assist the panel in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest. I'm here to ensure that the panel has adequate information from which to make a decision. In this case, Mr. Kazaran became a licensed chiropractor on February 2nd, 2009. Effective September 3rd, 2023, Mr. Kazaran surrendered his license in accordance with a stipulated surrender, which was based on an accusation that alleged that on February 7th, 2023, Mr. Kazaran was convicted of violating United States Code Title 18, Section 1349, for engaging in a scheme to defraud the National Basketball Players Association Players Health and Welfare Benefit Plan. Mr. Kazaran now seeks reinstatement of his license. Marked as Exhibit 1 is the packet in this case, which consists of the following: a redacted copy of the petition, 6 certificates of completion, a redacted copy of documents from Mr. Kazaran's criminal case, a chart summarizing the continuing education Mr. Kazaran has completed, Mr. Kazaran's license certification, the final decision in case number A as in Apple, C as in Cat, 2023-2014, as well as the underlying accusation, and the notice for today's hearing. I move to submit Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Dr. Kazaran, did you have any objection to admitting the documents that have been collectively marked as Exhibit A?
No.
Exhibit 1, rather. Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, and because the burden is on Mr. Kazaran, I have no further statement, but will reserve the right to question him.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, now I'm going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Please state and then spell your full name for our record.
Patrick Kazaran, P-A-T-R-I-C-K. Kazaran is K-H-A-Z-I-R-A-N.
Thank you. Now will be your opportunity to present to the board why you feel your petition should be granted and your license reinstated. When you are finished with your statement, please let me know, and then you'll be subject to questioning by the Attorney General and then the board members. Go ahead when you're ready, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to hear me today. My name is Patrick Kazaran. I'm a father of 2 amazing kids. I've been practicing chiropractic for almost 17 years. I'm here to talk about the changes that I have made and what I have learned over the past 3 years. I would like the opportunity to redeem myself and continue my life work of healing people by reinstatement of my surrendered license. I have taken full responsibility since day 1 of the allegations. I personally brought it to the FBI's attention that I rendered services without proper documentation. They never had any evidence against me, they had actually already arrested 22 players and doctors that were part of the scheme. I'm the one that brought to their attention that I had rendered services because I thought it was the right thing to do. They didn't press charges. I'm the one that went to them and actually showed them the evidence against myself because at that time I thought it was the right thing to do to get ahead of it and to kind of show my character with the mistakes that I had made. These mistakes were made in 2016 and 17. They never happened again after. This case was around 2022. I stopped the mistakes that I made because I realized they were wrong on my own, and I never proceeded to do them again after 2017. The price that I paid for my mistakes, I was sentenced to 30 months in federal prison. I was away from my wife. I was away from my kids. I lost my business. I lost the ability to help people. I think I'm very talented at what I do, and I think I changed their lives, and I lost the ability to practice chiropractic. While I was in prison, I took classes like financial literacy and victim awareness. I worked every day, and I also volunteered at the church. Over the past year, I have volunteered over 400 hours at the local community hockey center, helping kids, young kids, teach them hockey skills and life lessons. God has blessed me with the gift to heal people. It's my purpose in life. It's my passion. I'm sorry about the poor decisions that I have made. I never want to be in a position where I can't do my life's work of healing people and being around my wife and kids. That's my statement.
Thank you. Mr. Arthur.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kazaran.
Good morning.
What have you learned since the revocation of your license that will assist you in not repeating the conduct described in the accusation?
That the price I paid, as far as being sentenced to 30 months in prison, being away from my kids, my wife, like I mentioned, it's very hard. And small, and I don't want to say the word small, but making mistakes have bigger effects than what I thought. Like I said, I made those mistakes in 2016. I was growing as a man, as an adult, as a business owner, and I paid the price for it.
Somewhat of a similar question, but what assurances can you provide to the board that similar misconduct would not be repeated?
I wouldn't wish that upon what I've gone through upon anybody, and I would never want to go back to prison. I never want to go through any of the stuff that I've gone through. I would never make the same mistakes ever again because of the harsh penalties that I've taken on.
Why do you want your license reinstated?
I want to help people. It's my purpose, it's my passion. And like I said, I think I'm good at it. It fulfills me, and I want to get back to what my calling is in life of helping people.
If your petition is granted and your license is reinstated, would you be willing to comply with whatever probation terms the board might impose upon your license?
Yes, I would.
And would that include payment to the board of the cost recovery amount referenced in the stipulated surrender of $3,218.75?
Yes, I would pay.
In your petition, you reference the fact you work for Advanced Chiropractic and Rehab Center. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are the staff there aware of your criminal conviction?
Yes.
How did they become aware?
A, through me. B, it was all over the news. It was on TMZ. You want to talk about shame? You want to talk about my parents, my church, my community? It was all over the news. So, A, I don't hide it, and B, I think a lot of people just read it and saw it throughout social media and different types of social media or media outlets.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now pass it to Chair Adams for board question. Go ahead, sir.
Dr. Daniels, would you like to go first?
Hi, good morning. I didn't really see, I saw some in your packet, some character references or letters to the judge in 2022, 2023. It's 2026, and I didn't really see any other recent letters of support or indicating any rehabilitative efforts that other people have observed. Is there a reason for that?
No, and I apologize. I thought those would be enough, but I can get those for you if you like. I just didn't put the two together. I just thought I had the character letters. So I would just include them with my packet.
Okay.
But I understand how you can see how me not getting updated ones.
Okay. And then I didn't really see in there, and I could be mistaken, have you done therapy? And are you, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I did, while I was incarcerated, I did therapy. Since I've been out, I have not done therapy.
Okay. And then to feed off of his question, what specific assurances do you have or safeguards? You had said in your packet that you were under a lot of pressure and, with family and work, and, that led to your behavior. And I'm just wondering what particular safeguards that you have in place. Do you have a mentor? You said you weren't in therapy. What specifically do you have in place that if you felt that pressure again, you would not do the same behavior?
I think my mistakes were not having clerical railings or guidelines. So as I've gone through this whole process, I've retained legal counsel. I never had a business lawyer to help me walk through either stuff. A lot of the mistakes that I had made was I would be traveling with the athletes. They would hire me to travel with them for 2 weeks, 3 weeks at a time, and I would charge their HSA account. Moving forward, I'm not practicing now, so I can't, but moving forward, what I would do is if a potential client wants me to travel with them, I would email them a contract, a one-page contract laying out what's going to be rendered, how much it's going to cost, having them sign it before I even go on the road. One of the issues that I had was I didn't have documentation of me rendering those services with the client. So I would have better paperwork in place for these kind of things.
Okay. I don't think I would need a lawyer to tell me that billing something that I didn't do is wrong.
Correct. One of the problems that I had was not having notes and me going, for example, me going somewhere and I actually did it, but not having notes to back it up or document it makes it look like I didn't do it. That was the issue that I ran into through my case.
Okay. I don't have any more questions right now. I may later. Thank you.
Dr. Parrish?
No questions. Thank you.
Dr. Aslima? I have a couple of questions. So what is your plan should you return to practice?
Oh, I'd love to start treating patients again.
But what is your plan on how you're going to go about that? Do you plan on working with athletes again? Do you plan on traveling with them?
I would probably take it one step at a time. I want to help people. I think the thing that athletes and the celebrities liked about me is I never treated them different. I treat them as humans. I don't look at them differently. I treat them the way I treat my friends or family. But for me to be one step at a time as far as starting to work, to me it's not an athlete, it's a human. If a human wants a treatment and I'm licensed to treat them, I would love to treat them again. If a human wants me to travel with them and work with them on the road, like I said, this time I would have proper documentation, paperwork, or a one-page contract laying out that I'm going to be with them and what I'm going to charge and stuff like that.
So if you don't treat them differently, would you have been involved in this scheme? Had that been your family?
I think, I don't understand your question. I don't want to answer it correctly.
If you're treating them just the same, how is it that you became so vulnerable to get involved in some scheme that you did? Would you do this had it been your family members that came to you?
My issue was not having documentation to be able to prove I was where I was or why I charged what I charged. So that was my biggest mistake, and I think I've learned from it. But if I made the same mistake with a regular civilian, it'd be the same problem.
Okay, so I was not clear about that.
Did I answer that
Reading through
correctly?
your file, but you're suggesting that your biggest mistake was a lack of documentation?
Well, that was one of the issues that I ran into, in my opinion.
It wasn't the kickback scheme.
That the kickback scheme, if I were, with all due respect, if I was part of it, I would have been arrested. And that's where I was trying to make it clear, and that's where the truth of the matter and what really took place are two different things. Of I never got arrested. I'm the one that came to the FBI after they were arrested everybody and said, I'm guilty of rendering services without having documentation. They had my bank accounts. They have all my information. They never saw a penny that I made off of the kickback scheme.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
The reason why I was involved in the kickback scheme was because they were using my company's name and my name and my fraud autographs like I was part of it when I wasn't.
Okay. So it is your testimony then that you were incarcerated because you didn't have proper records?
I pled guilty to conspiracy of health insurance fraud.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Cruz?
Going back to the questions of kind of what's your plan. So I'm going to get more into kind of the operational things. What would be the plan? And also, what steps have you taken kind of in the interim, kind of at this time, to get a plan ready, right? Things you've asked, something, would you go right away to a brick and mortar? Would you go under another chiropractic office and work there? Like, what is the plan, and have you been in conversations with those in the chiropractic community of what would that look like to go back, and what is your plan when it comes to those types of operational steps?
You know, me going through what I've gone through the last 3 years has shattered me and my family financially. It's a lot of money I spent, and obviously being away. So I don't even have the money to start my own location day one. I would probably start to reach out to people if I had a license and ask them, can I sublease a room or some type of agreement where I can, use their practice a couple days a week, and then start to try to get back on my feet and build my practice up again. I think that's what I would do. I also don't want to get ahead of myself and start doing those things. I don't have a license, and I don't want to do that either, to be honest with you. But I think I would start it the way I built my 17-year career. I started in one tiny little room by myself and built it from there and keep going.
Do you currently have, say, mentorship in the chiropractic community right now, kind of people that you're turning to?
Yeah, I have friends that are chiropractors that I went to school with, that I practice with, or that we worked alongside one another. They're chiropractors or physical therapists or MDs, but yeah, I have good relationships with a lot of people.
And have you talked to them, any of them, kind of about kind of what these potential plans, like if things were to move forward, what that would look like, and just to get an idea of, right? Not saying you're operationalizing anything now, of course, but more to say that you've started to kind of shop around kind of these ideas so that you can kind of get that better idea of what you see making sense next.
Well, yeah, like I said, for me, it would definitely be finding a chiropractor that I can, sublease a couple days a week. Like I said, I have a few friends. They've always said, like, whatever you need, you let me know, and we can figure something out. But we haven't gotten into, like, what that rent would look like.
Of course.
And stuff like that. But that would kind of be, I think, where I would try to start. I would try to keep my costs as low as possible and sublease from somebody.
All right, thank you.
So I have a couple things here to clarify, and kind of piggybacking on Dr. Azzolino. And so I'm just going to remind you under oath, and the packet that you submitted is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on page 16, I don't know if you want to look in the packet. Oh, BCE 051. Sorry, I meant page 16 of your packet.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Is it you said BCE?
BCE 051.
Oh, 051.
Just to confirm, did your documents have that same page numbering on the bottom?
Yeah. Sorry. I went to the page 16. Not
Yeah,
51.
that's my mistake. Apologize. 051.
Yes.
In or around early 2017, defendant Terrence Williams contacted Pat to book an appointment for physical therapy. After seeing Pat a few times as a patient, Williams began requesting invoices from Pat for services not rendered, which Pat, at times provided. Now that's in conflict with your testimony here, because you're saying you traveled with patients and didn't provide invoices or didn't do documentation, so therefore you rendered services but you didn't document them, so therefore it was considered that you had provided services without, that you didn't, since you couldn't document them, it's as if you provided services that you didn't and charged for them that you didn't provide, correct?
These are two different. I was speaking of something different than this. For this one specifically, what he had told me was he's getting services in Seattle, and his person can't create the invoices, so can I just send him like I was the one doing them? And that's where I did that, and that's where I falsified documentation.
So that would be fraud?
Yes.
Okay. However, continuing on to page BC 052, in around late 2017 or early 2018, Pat discovered Williams or someone working with Williams had fabricated over 60 invoices that purported to have been issued by Pat's companies. Pat was furious. In around early 2018, Pat confronted Williams and told Williams that Pat wanted no further involvement in the offensive conduct. You wanted out, correct?
I was never in with Mr. Williams. He never paid me a penny. Mr. Williams was taking my invoice that I gave him without me knowing, changing them and giving them to other players. When I found out, I told him, so leave me alone, you never talk to me, I don't want nothing to do with you whatsoever.
So in parentheses in the next line, CEG government memorandum at 2, quote, after, is it Kazarian?
Yeah, you're correct.
Kazarian stopped creating invoices and charging cards. Williams recruited CCE1 who created invoices that appeared to emanate from Kazarian's office when they did not. So you stopped creating invoices and charging cards.
The only person that I created invoices was for Terrence Williams. I didn't know, like I said, behind my back, he was creating other invoices.
For other players.
Correct.
But you did create invoices and charge cards, according to this.
Well, the thing was that, for example, when I got subpoenaed for all my medical records, there was 50 players. 20 of them were actually really my clients, that were legitimate clients that were coming in that we would charge their HSA account. Then there was this incident with Mr. Williams, which, like I said, that was my mistake, that I made him a false invoice for him getting services with me when I wasn't with him.
Have you paid back your restitution of the $429,000?
I am making monthly payments. I've been making monthly payments.
And what are those monthly payments?
$528.
$528.
Yes, sir. And I've been paying for the last year and a half. And while I was incarcerated, because I was working, they were also taking a percentage of my money that I was making and putting it towards it as well.
While you were incarcerated? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because I was working while I was there.
So getting back, one question, why do you think you did this in the first place? I mean,
Trying to put words to it, it's like so hard to explain. 3-year-old daughter, 2-year-old daughter, growing a business, working with NBA players, trying to make extra money. Just lost sight of my moral compass at that time, my immaturity as a man, my immaturity as a business owner, my immaturity as a chiropractor, not realizing how significant these mistakes can be. I think it's a combination of why I made those poor choices at that time.
Were you struggling in practice?
Yes, sir.
So it came down to this was a way to earn extra money?
It felt like it was a short term to make extra money, and again, my mistake was I was thinking this is the players' money, it's their money, it's not hurting anybody, and just lost sight. And like I said, just my immaturity, I think, as an adult, about 10 years ago, making very poor decisions.
I have no further questions. You had reserved the right to come back. Dr. Daniels?
Are you currently working?
Yes, I am.
And where are you working?
I'm working at Advanced Chiropractic and Rehab Center.
And what do you do there?
I'm doing administrative work and some operational stuff.
Isn't that your old practice?
It is, yeah. I sold it to a chiropractor.
So can you explain that a little bit more? When did you sell it to them, and do you have any role in the ownership or?
I sold it before I went away. I think it was 2023 maybe. And then when I came out of prison, I was at a halfway house. And at the halfway house, they said, you have to find a job. So that way you can leave the halfway house and transition to your home. So started calling friends, family, seeing if anybody would hire me. And the person that I sold it to said, I'll hire you back if you want to work like as an administrative person. So I said, okay. So I've been there about a year and a half.
And what is your daily duties in administrative? Are you doing any accounting or billing?
No accounting, no billing. The practice uses a third-party billing company. My job is more making sure the operation is running properly, like patients are coming back. I sometimes help bring patients back, put them in a room, put them in their section. I'm making sure things are running properly, like inventories ordered for the clinic and stuff like that.
Okay, and then just one last question. You said that you were treating patients for free at one point. Did you have your license during that time?
Yeah.
And so what was the year that you, it seemed like there was overlap between when you were treating people for free and then
when I first started practicing, I had my own, I got my own office and I had no patients. So I would, knock on people's doors and, if you want to come in, you want to get a free chiropractic session, or I would set up at the local gyms and tell, hand out flyers and have people come in and try to get free sessions. Or even as my business did better and I got busier, if I had like a single mom come in, with her daughter. My daughter's a volleyball player who can't afford treatments. I would do it for free. If they're student athletes and they couldn't afford the treatments, I would try to always. My heart would break for that kind of stuff, so I'd always try to help them out, and I would give them free sessions.
Okay, I think I was referring, it's BCE 045, and it said after pleading guilty, Pat's practice lost its ability to bill insurance, but then you had continued to treat some of the patients free of charge. I believe that was in 2022.
Yeah. Like the one story, the one person I remember that, for example, was I wasn't able to take health insurance anymore because of my conviction. Mm-hmm. So, for example, the mom had Blue Cross Blue Shield and would pay, a small copay to see me. She would knock on my door and was like, "You don't take my insurance?" And I said, "No." She said, "Well, I can't come because I can't afford your cash price." So I told her, "Just bring your daughter in. I'll take care of her for free." Because I felt like that's my job to take care of her as a person. And just because she couldn't afford it, it's not fair for her to lose me helping her daughter out. So I would help work with patients for free, yes.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Thank you.
Dr. Paris?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kazarian.
Good morning.
So I'm just trying to clarify. I'm getting a sense that your initial statement struck me as like a statement of innocence. And, okay, so I just want to be clear there, because then it seems like the board here has had to clarify some of the things that you're willing to testify as to being guilty of. And so can you speak to that?
Yeah.
I don't want to walk away with that sense that that's not your intent.
No, and I appreciate you bringing that up. My intent was, and I think that that's the thing that if you read all this, you never see, like I said earlier, they didn't come to my office and arrest me. They didn't come to my house and arrest me the way they arrested everybody else. I was the one that made copies of all my records. I hired a third-party company to make copies of all my records. I gave them to the FBI. I'm the one that told them, hey, I made some mistakes. I'm the one that came forward. What I was trying to show you guys was me taking responsibility was doing that. Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
I'm not trying to downplay the mistakes I made, but that's what I was trying to show you guys was me taking responsibility. Was my attorney told me, hey, there's some stuff here. Do you want to tell them or do you want to just leave it alone? Because it's up to you. And I made the decision. I said, no, let me tell them, which caused me, to go down this rabbit hole.
So are you implying or trying to impress upon this board that you were a whistleblower of sorts?
On myself.
So
Responsibility.
when did you turn yourself in? What was the date?
I would have to look through all this paperwork. I don't know the exact date. It was after everything was done, as far as with their investigation, and they arrested everybody. Then, from the way it worked was, once I told them, we weren't sure if they were going to press charges on me. It was like we waited a week. Then they came back and they said, okay, we want to press charges. And then it was like another month of negotiating what are those charges going to be. And then I flew to New York on my own to get arrested, actually, and then to plead guilty. So that whole process took about a month.
So your willingness to comply with the subpoena and assist was so that was after you were subpoenaed in October of 2021?
I was originally subpoenaed for the medical records, correct?
And so all of this occurred after, and you turning yourself, I'm going to put that in quotes, you turning yourself in,
correct,
or reporting to the board your violations was after that time, October 2021?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect or? Okay, we're done here.
Thank you. Sir, did you have any further testimony you wish to provide today?
No, and again, I hope I didn't. My speech, I wrote it myself. I'm not the best writer. My speech was just to show that I've been trying to do my best to take responsibility for the mistakes that I made. I'm not trying to downplay what I did whatsoever. And obviously, as you guys know, I paid a huge price for it. And I just don't want my speech to make it seem like I was trying to get away from the facts of the mistakes that I made. I take responsibility for those. I was just trying to show I've been responsible for those mistakes since day one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arthur, any further examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, other than what you've already submitted in your testimony today, any further evidence for the board?
No, sir.
All right. I'm now going to ask if the matter is submitted to the board for their consideration, meaning you presented everything you want to present, and the board can then deliberate. Matter submitted, sir?
Submitted.
Mr. Arthur?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, the matter is submitted. The record is closed, and we are off the record. Thank you for your time today, sir. You're free to go.
We'll give time for the court reporter and the judge to confer before we move to the next petitioner. We'll give about 5 minutes. So the next petitioner be prepared in about 5 minutes. Is that enough time, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a break online?
You can go to a short break.
Then when you're ready, Mr. Barnick.
And we are back on the record and on the webcast. For our final petitioner of the day, I'll turn the time to our ALJ.
Thank you. We can go on the record in the final matter of the day, which is the petition for reinstatement of Robert Bernard Cohen. This is board case number AC 2020-1264, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2026-030194. We are here before a quorum of the Board of Chiropractic Examiners. Before we went on record today, we established that a quorum was present. My name is Christopher Dietrich. I am an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I am presiding over this matter. May I please have the appearance of our court reporter?
Good morning. My name is Emmett Barnard. I'll be the court reporter today, and my license number is 14529.
Thank you. Appearance for the Attorney General.
Philip Arthur.
Thank you. And appearance for petitioner.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Maritza Flaherty on behalf of Dr. Robert Cohen.
All right. I'll note for the record that the petitioner is also present. One other matter for the record, board member Dr. David Paris has recused himself on this matter. He will not be participating in deliberation on this matter. I think we are ready to proceed with the Attorney General's presentation. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm appearing on behalf of the Attorney General in accordance with Government Code Section 11522. I'm here to assist the panel in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest. I'm here to ensure the panel has adequate information from which to make a decision. In this case, Mr. Cohen became a licensed chiropractor on July 27, 2001. Effective December 12, 2021, Mr. Cohen's license was revoked in accordance with a default decision, which was based on an accusation that alleged that on March 10, 2021, Mr. Cohen was convicted of violating Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 371, for conspiring with others to commit large-scale health care benefit program fraud between 2014 and 2016. Mr. Cohen now seeks reinstatement of his license. Marked as Exhibit 1 is the petition packet, which consists of the following: a redacted copy of the petition, 14 certificates of completion, an invoice from Syntropy, spelled Syntropy, documents from Mr. Cohen's criminal case. It includes a chart showing the continuing education courses Mr. Cohen has completed. It includes Mr. Cohen's license certification. It also includes the default decision in case number A as in Apple, C as in Cat, 2020-1264, as well as the underlying accusation. And finally, it includes the notice for today's hearing. I move to submit Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, and because the burden is on Mr. Cohen, I have no further statement, but would reserve the right to question him.
Thank you. All right, counsel, you may proceed with your case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr.
Well,
Cohen.
we need to swear him in if we're calling him as a
Yes,
witness.
yes,
Okay, let
I
me
am,
swear you
Your
in, sir.
Honor.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Please state and then spell your full name for our record.
Robert Cohen, R-O-B-E-R-T, last name C-O-H-E-N.
Thank you. You may proceed with question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cohen, what have you done in the time frame since you were initially charged with a healthcare fraud?
I have been a personal trainer. I've been licensed as a personal trainer since 2008 from National Academy of Sports Medicine. I've always kept a small group of clients, and I've run a couple businesses, sort of an Uber taxi business, renting out 3 vehicles to Uber drivers, and then I had a pool service and repair business.
Can you tell the board a little bit about your experience in the personal training realm?
Personal training is mostly elderly clients and a lot of corrective exercise and nutritional advice.
Have you done any community service since you were charged with healthcare fraud?
Yeah, I coach youth football, flag football, 4th to 6th graders, and Pop Warner full contact football, 7th and 8th graders, and high school football at the high school football level.
And how long have you done that?
I've done that off and on since the 90s, but continuously since 2016.
When you were charged with healthcare fraud, did you seek out any mental health treatment or therapy?
Immediately, psychotherapy.
And what did that entail? How long did you do that?
2 years. 2 years.
And what did you learn in that process?
Psychotherapy is tough. It forces you to go back, way back to childhood. That was tough, but it helped me exactly identify how I came into the flashpoint of the billing issue at the clinic that I worked for.
So specifically, what did you learn in therapy that gave you insight into why you committed healthcare fraud?
Just the way I grew up, I was forced to acquiesce to the intense and crazy demands of my parents.
And how did that happen in the instance where you committed?
So the owner of the clinic approached me. He approached me to do something with TRICARE patients. TRICARE does not cover chiropractic, and to change my chiropractic codes, 989 codes, to 97140 codes, which are physical therapy codes.
Just a moment. Mr. Barr, did you get those numbers down? Okay, good. Thank you.
My question is, you were charged with healthcare fraud.
Yep.
And as part of that, you said your therapy helped you learn that you should acquiesce.
Yeah.
Can you explain to the board members how your childhood shaped and led you to commit that crime?
Yeah, so the owner, I didn't really realize it at the time, but he was an intense, demanding guy, and it certainly mimicked what I went through as a kid, and so I acquiesced to his demands.
How long did you do therapy?
2 years.
And as a result of the conviction for healthcare fraud, did you pay restitution back to TRICARE?
I did, in full.
What positives do you believe came out of the result of the healthcare fraud conviction?
So I had issues at home with my wife, and that was a whole set of other issues, but it led me to abandon working for myself and working for another doctor. So the whole experience forced her to get sober. It forced me to look back and fix things and get better. And in some strange twist of irony, the whole thing with the federal government in this case improved mine and my wife's lives. It did.
How long has your wife been sober?
Since 2018, so 8 years with no relapses.
And you just testified that it helped you get better. How did it help you get better?
Well, it helped me get better just by having my antenna up for things that aren't right or correct. And it helped me because my wife getting sober helped me be a better husband to her, a better father. There's just less stress, so it just freed me up. And it just helped us to get on the right path. And we have a stable family environment now.
What systems do you have in place if you're faced with adversity such as you were from your former friend and boss?
Yeah. I think in a professional setting, to be honest with you, I'm not working for anyone again. There's no way. I want to be in control, and I think that's paramount to success. And I think consulting with a healthcare attorney over advertising and billing is the way to go. Personally, at home, my wife maintains her Alcoholics Anonymous, and she's got a good network around her. So, and I'll practice close to home, but there's stability there with constructs in place, definitely.
Why is right now the right time for you to get your chiropractic license back?
Yeah, so chiropractic is something that through this whole time and my time away, it has never left me. I mean, I still study my books from school because I enjoy the material, and knowledge is power, and I always knew I wanted to make a comeback. But during that time, I was just crushed with what was going on at home, simultaneously dealing with the federal government. That was harrowing and scary. And it went on for 3 years because of the pandemic. It got prolonged, and I'm good with people. There's no question about that. But at that time, I just didn't feel like direct interaction in a clinical setting would be good for me or the patients. I just wasn't able to give them my all. My head and heart were in a vice grip through those years. And now that we have those stable constructs in place and have healed, I mean, I'm ready to go and I want it back. Chiropractic's an important profession.
Why do you want your license back?
Because I'm a chiropractor through and through. I'm meant to be a chiropractor. I was good at it, and when I practiced for 15 years, aside from my time at this guy's clinic, there was no issue at all. No board complaints, no lawsuits, no insurance investigations, nothing. And I enjoyed it, and I'm not a pool service and repair guy, although I ran that business successfully. Personal training is great, but I can incorporate that into my practice. We study a long time and work hard to become chiropractors, and I am one. I am a chiropractor.
Why is it that you became a chiropractor?
When I was a kid playing football, I got hit hard in my head and concussed, and massive amounts of headaches that were drugged up. And I have nothing against the medical profession, but the drugs didn't work for me, and it was a chiropractor that alleviated that. That was compelling and stuck with me, and so I became one. I became a chiropractor because of that.
I'm going to ask you a tough question, though. You heard what Mr. Arthur said. The reason your license was revoked was because of the default judgment. So why did you not come to the board in 2020?
That's a good question. I wanted. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's my fault. I rambled.
Did you get the whole question down?
No, you can.
Sure. Why did you not come to the board in 2021?
So dealing with the federal government, apologies if I'm redundant, problems at home, simultaneous with the federal government and being freshly convicted in 2021, I honestly just didn't have the will or strength to come before another legal body. I just took it upon myself to punish myself and let my license go. And that's the truth. I just did not have it in me. But now I do. Now's the time. All things come in due time.
Why do you believe you're qualified right now clinically to practice chiropractic medicine?
I had a good career outside of working at this place for 15 years. Even there, I was clinically sound. This might sound funny, but I've constantly, through this whole time, set up a full spine model on a chiropractic table, set up adjustments, line of drives, and kept it pure in my head. And I go through Netter and McGee and Robbins, and I read these books and Dr. Seuss's chiropractic diagnosis book, and the personal training also kept my head in the game. I mean, I'm sorry for being blunt, but I'm ready to go. I have no issues with confidence going out in the world. I'll do a full body physical examination from head to toe right now.
How can you guarantee to the board that this will never happen again?
I'll have, like I said, I'll have a healthcare attorney at my side to ensure that what goes on in my practice is correct. Also, I used a billing company for the 15 years that I was by myself. I feel like that's a good thing. And I just feel like I'll be in control. It wasn't my scheme to contrive. I readily admit that I was part of it, but I'm not the contriver of a scheme type of person. So everything's on the up and up, just as it was when I was on my own for 15 years. I'm sorry I did this and got involved with that practice.
What is the plan that you have going forward if the board was kind enough to give you your license, reinstate that?
I would start off in a low overhead, low volume practice and build it from there. Hire a chiropractic assistant and practice the way I did for the 15 years I was on my own. And I don't know if this sounds bad, but I don't want to work for anyone. I'm not, and I won't. That's how I need to be in control, and that way I know everything's on the up and up and being done the right way.
Is there anything else you want the board to know?
I'm happy to answer any questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Arthur?
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Cohen. And so you may have already kind of addressed this with your attorney, but just so it's clear, what have you learned since the revocation of your license that will assist you in not repeating the conduct that's described in the accusation?
I've learned that I need to really understand billing. I need to really understand billing. I got caught in a situation where, yes, I am licensed. We are licensed as chiropractors to perform physical therapy modalities. Although we are not licensed to perform treatments that other doctors are authorized for. We have to be authorized for them. And that's where things went south, is my lack of understanding that you cannot work on patients, especially with federal health care programs, that you are not authorized to treat.
And what steps have you taken to better understand the billing process?
I went to a continuing education seminar that heavily focused on that, and I would have to say that there's a pretty good focus on billing when I go back and doing it the right way. And to be honest with you, I've always known you don't bill for things that you don't do. And the clinic owner asked me to, hey, you got to fill out soap notes on Medicare patients that haven't come in. I'm like, what? And he said, well, it's Medicare policy. I'm like, I don't care what their policy is. There's no way I'm doing that. So how does that relate to today? It's just going the next step to make sure all I's are dotted and all T's are crossed in the world of billing.
When did you attend that continuing education course regarding
It was back to chiropractic.net, Marcus Strutz's seminar, and that was back in November or December 2025.
If your petition is granted and your license is reinstated and probation terms are to be imposed on your license, would you comply with those terms?
Absolutely.
And then finally, in your petition, you reference, is it correct that on October 1st, 2025, you sold your swimming pool business?
I did.
Sir, you got to wait for the question to finish. Just for a court reporter, you can't take down two people at once.
Sorry.
Repeat the question, please, Mr. Arthur.
Is it correct that on October 1st, 2025, you sold your swimming pool service business?
I did.
Have you worked since then?
On personal training clients. But I need to work more.
And so, do you have your own personal training business?
I do.
Okay. How long have you had that?
On and off for several years, since 2008, be it incorporated into practices I've had or in the last few years.
Can you describe for the board, I guess just kind of generally, the nature of the volume of the work that you do for your personal training business?
5 to 10 clients at a time, nothing big.
5 to 10 clients per week?
That's about right.
Okay.
Yep.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur. I will now pass it over to the board chair for board questions.
Ms. Cruz.
So I know you talked about kind of your plan in terms of making sure you don't work for anyone else. Kind of what have you done kind of to this point, kind of getting in touch with whether it be past mentors or past peers, kind of is there kind of an idea in place of how you would start if you were to get your license back?
Yes. So continuing education, there's a chiropractor in town that my wife and kids go see. I talk to him all the time. And continuing education, Mark Kimes. Mark Kimes is a good chiropractor. He's helping me out, and basically to start, it's going to be a lot of social media, digital advertising, and plus I'm pretty embedded in my community with regard to coaching, and all those families trust me, and so that's a lot of folks right there. So, yeah.
You also kind of talked about kind of different guardrails that you have in place in terms of kind of the systems in place, and constructs in place at home, making sure you have, I would say experts at your side in terms of, is there, what types of assurances, outside of, you said having someone doing billing, having an attorney in place, are there any other support systems you either would say you have in place or that you see yourself adding, just to make sure?
One thing in the past is a chiropractor, I was pretty confident in my abilities, but I had no mentor. And so I like Mark Kimes a lot. And again, a doctor in my town is mentoring me. So professionally, I never really had mentors, and I think that's important to have that.
Right. No questions just yet, but I might come back.
Dr. Aslini?
Well, actually, how are you choosing your mentors?
How am I choosing them?
Yes.
Well, the chiropractor in town I've known for a while, and he already works on my wife and kids. Since I'm not licensed, I don't. And so that came kind of organically and naturally, just by that. And then one of the things in graduating and practicing on my own was, I used our knowledge that we learn in school to do histories, exams, and diagnose. And I didn't use the word subluxation in the process of any of that. But one of the things that I've grown appreciative for is our roots, and DD and BJ and Fred Barge and Kirby Landis. And Mark Kimes is a disciple of those people. And I think that has energized me quite a bit, and that's why I picked Mark. But Mark also, the subluxation isn't the end-all, cure-all here, and he realizes that. So that's how I picked it. I just want to be in tune with our roots.
So given that you were prosecuted for conspiracy of fraud, have you considered choosing a mentor that may have some expertise in that area, that may be able to give you some guidance on appropriate billing?
Yeah, so sorry I didn't mention. So Damian Fertitta is a guy I went to school with, and he's a chiropractor and an attorney, and he actually does the online portion for billing and coding, and Marcus Strutz's thing in his CE online portion. I could always reach out to him. I guess I should do that. I was just thinking that having a good healthcare attorney to help me with advertising and billing would set me up, but I have no issue reaching out to an expert.
And I would also advise that you take a look at everybody's background very well before you choose mentors.
Okay.
Are you aware how to do that on the licensing board website?
I guess I could look up their license on the board, or is there a further way to do that?
Yeah, you might be able to look up your own license and see there's documents of revocations and whatnot.
I've done that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Yeah.
Dr. Daniels.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I just have a quick question. It seems like you sort of got into this position because you were under a lot of stress and maybe your practice wasn't as successful as you would like as far as financially, and then in conjunction with sort of your past led you to these behaviors. I'm just curious, it doesn't sound like you're in therapy now, but practice can be very stressful, and I'm just curious how you would navigate, say you end up in the same position, say you were to get your license back, and in 3 to 5 years it's not going the way that you want it. How are you going to navigate that financial situation? Would you close your practice and go back to the pool business? Have you thought about ending up in the same position, maybe inadvertently?
To be honest with you, the years that I practiced on my own, finances weren't an issue. It was more with what my wife went through. I just wanted to treat and go home. So when I moved down to San Diego, I was trying to get her and us a different environment to get away from. We were in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco Bay Area. I was doing pretty well, but as you guys know, running a practice, it's not just treating and diagnosing. It's everything that a business entails. And I just didn't have the headspace, nor the connections in San Diego, nor the strength to start from scratch. And when the owner of this clinic, Candelario, when I spoke with him, it was like, yeah, I'll pay you $50 an hour, just treat and go home. Didn't turn out that way. And so, to answer your question, I don't have any fear of financial issues because I'm going to do what I always did and treat the community and do well. And, when you do that, you get the referrals and it comes. So I guess to further answer your question, I just don't want to envision chiropractic not working out for me. I just don't want to. It's not going to happen. If you guys give me my license back, I'm going in full bore, a better person than I've ever been.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
You're welcome.
So is it correct you're not currently in therapy?
No, I'm not. I did 2 years of therapy at the onset of this.
Is it your feeling that that's enough, that you've dealt with the issues and you're...
I've buttressed that with faith and worship, and I didn't have that piece in prior years and prior to this, but that's equally powerful as therapy, if, to be honest with you, more so. And that, I don't want to sound like some religious zealot, but for me personally, it's a lifesaver. In addition to therapy, those two things have brought me home.
I mean, you shared a lot in your packet.
I did.
And I'm glad to hear that you did the therapy. I just think that, there's always more that we can understand about ourselves that will help us deal with things that can prevent triggers and other things that may lead us in a different direction.
Absolutely.
You said something about I'm going to get clearer on billing practices. What is it that you're unclear about? Are you unclear about coding? Are you unclear about a physical therapy modality code versus a chiropractic code?
It was a matter of, when I was younger in my career, when I first came out of school, I worked for a chiropractor briefly, and I worked on his Medicare patients. You're not supposed to do that. I didn't know that at the time. My fault is not diving deep into those things. And now I will. And then...
Wait. You will or you have?
Now I will dive into all manner of billing and make sure all I's are dotted and T's are crossed, because if I had done that initially, I wouldn't have gotten in this mess. And so I thought it was okay to work on someone else's authorized federal health care program patients. I worked on that guy's Medicare patients as a postceptor and right after school. I had no clue that you're not supposed to do that. I don't know if he did. I don't know. And then here, again, it was easy to get lost in the physical therapy scope of practice and us being able to do that. And by being told, oh, well, the office is authorized to do the TRICARE patients. You work for the office. You can do physical therapy. You can do it. I did not dive into that. I should have called TRICARE. So to answer your question, those are going to be, I'm going to be making phone calls, talking to a healthcare attorney, talking to whatever billing mentor I have, the billing company I use. But, I mean, I don't know. I do want to get off the Office of Inspector General exclusion list because I was doing VA. When I left this clinic in 2016, I was a VA choice provider, Veterans Affairs choice provider, and so I might want to do that, but it would be, the single thing was working on patients that I wasn't authorized to treat. So if I'm working for myself in a practice, I'm going to have all that wired. I'm the guy. And if I were to bring in a chiropractor to work, which I consider, they're not going to work on my Medicare patients because they're not authorized. So things like that, it's got to be an emphasis, and it will be.
So to be clear, you're talking in future tense that you will do those things.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't done that to date. You haven't taken time since your revocation to dive deep into those. You talked about you're working on Netter, you're reading books, you're getting mentorship, but you're talking about the understanding billing as it's when I get my license back, then I'll dive in. You're not doing anything ahead of time?
I've been spending my time in the last number of months studying anatomy, physiology, and pathology with it in mind that I'll have a billing company and an attorney to guide me with the billing process. But in answering your question, I think that's something I need to dive into right now.
Well, you understand that regardless of whether you have somebody helping you with that, it's your name.
You bet.
On the form.
Yep.
You own it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Do you refer to yourself as Dr. Cohen with your patients or your clients that you do physical training with?
No, but they know what went on. They know I was a licensed chiropractor, but I'm not now. No, I'm just Rob.
I have nothing further. You circle backs? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. Any further questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Very, very brief. I just also, I think actually Dr. Adams clarified it, but I just want to be clear too. You understand it's completely your responsibility with billing, even if you have a billing company.
That's what I want. I want to be in control. I wasn't in control at that place, so I want control.
And you understand it's your responsibility to learn all the codes and know which proper codes are for billing.
Absolutely. I know that if I pass off my billing to a billing company, I just can't do it blindly. I have to know what codes they're using and own it, because like you said, it's my name, not theirs. Yeah.
And I believe two board members asked about this. Though you haven't been to therapy recently, would you go back if you were in a situation where you were in that intense stress again?
Yeah, absolutely.
And currently, as you sit here before the board today, is your family in a good position?
Oh, yeah. And
A good position.
Yeah, my kids were in a good position through the whole thing, and I made sure of that. But they're older now.
Would you seek out help if you needed it?
Yeah.
No further questions, Ron?
Thank you. Mr. Arthur, anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Flaherty, any further evidence for petitioner?
No evidence, Your Honor, but very brief closing statement.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the board, we appreciate your time and your consideration and the fact that you've read everything and clearly know well about this case. I think adversity strikes all of us, but never before have I seen an individual overcome as much as Mr. Cohen has overcome. his past, as you've read about, was clearly traumatic. I think many people would take a situation like that and use it as an excuse, but Mr. Cohen has not done that. He has used it as an opportunity to grow and mature. Just like his healthcare fraud conviction, he admitted responsibility. He went before the FBI. He cooperated with their investigation. He paid restitution back. He acknowledged that he made a mistake in his role in allowing that to happen and participating in that fraud scheme. That too could have changed his life, and he could have used it as an excuse, but he did not. He's been a wonderful member of the community, working as a football coach, helping others. He's maintained his passion for chiropractic medicine just by learning about it on his own and reading about it and practicing on a model because he loves the profession so much. He has helped patients, or not patients, but individuals with personal training because that's who he is. Despite all of the adversity, despite all of the trouble, he comes before you asking for your mercy and your forgiveness and asking for a chance to do what he loves again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the matter submitted to council?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that, the matter is submitted. The record is closed, and we are off the record. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
And then there were a few names thrown out in the midst of this last hearing. Go check in with our court reporter to see if he needs anything spelled.
Absolutely.
I'll check with our court reporter.
They're all doctors and people I can Google, so I think
Good. Thank you. I'll now pass it back to the board
Thank
chair.
you.
If there are any public members present, we are going to just have a brief 5-minute break for the judge to confer with the court reporter. Then we will move as a board back to agenda item 9 that we carried over from yesterday, and then we will go into closed session. Thank you. Okay, we are back. We are taking up agenda item 9 from yesterday, and I'll turn the time to Ms. Walker to fill us in.
Sure. So just a brief reminder, as a follow-up to our sunset review hearing, we have to submit written responses to the issues that were initially identified in the staff background paper. We reviewed quite a bit of it in detail during yesterday's meeting, but there's 3 notable changes that have been made to the document that I want to highlight for the board's attention. I'm going to start with the 2 straightforward ones, then I'm going to get to fees last. So starting with issue number 10, I just wanted to bring to the board's attention that I did include some data there around the impacts for those enforcement program enhancements that we're requesting. So specifically, you can see now in the document has a little bit more of a rationale there, but I'm on beginning on page 22. Thank you. Yeah, I'll let everybody get there. So beginning on page 22, the prior version of the document had all of the same, there's been no changes to the requested text or the statutes. It's just simply explaining a little bit more of the rationale for why we want that change. Specifically, when looking at the cases involving a second insurance fraud conviction, within our last sunset review period, we had 7 cases involving licensees that were subject to that mandatory 10-year minimum license revocation. Unfortunately, due to our lack of automatic revocation authority there, on average it took us 617 days to impose that mandatory license revocation or surrender from the conviction date, with an average cost of just over $9,000. So I added those figures to the report there so that we have them documented on the record. Also, to the point of the automatic revocation for a sex offense conviction. We had 8 cases involving licensees who were convicted of serious sex offenses, and in those cases, it took us on average 324 days to be able to impose the license revocation or surrender following the date of conviction of those crimes. So as you can see, that's really putting some data there, but that's illustrating our point of why we need that authority so that those numbers look closer to 30 to 45, not in the hundreds. Those are too high. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. I also cited the specific case that is driving the request behind the automatic license suspension authority. We did have one case involving a conviction for attempted murder. That case remains pending and without any interim action right now. So I just called that out there. And then, again, we discussed this during the board meeting yesterday, but for the imposition of the chaperone requirement, of our 31 pending administrative cases, unfortunately 14 of those do involve allegations of sexual misconduct, and if that language was in effect today, those 14 would all be subject to that. So also just calling that information out. Beyond that, I didn't make any changes. I just wanted to make sure the board was aware that I included that there. Any questions on that item? No? Okay. And then moving to issue number 12, let's go to let me flip to it here where it starts. Page 33. I included the board's response there for the animal chiropractic issue. We had a rather lengthy discussion there yesterday about animal chiropractic. The written response, I have narrowly tailored just specific to the staff recommendation and the ask. So they were asking to advise the committee on the number of licensees who may provide services, give them information about our enforcement authority, and then any limits in the Practice Act to authorize the treatment of animal patients. So I've responded to those 3 issues there. We reviewed the AVCA and IVCA websites, and we identified 41 California DCs who are currently, who have at least one active certification in animal chiropractic. We also then cited the data from the NBCE practice analysis where it was indicating that approximately 6% of DCs are treating animals at least monthly. So assuming that's reasonably representative of our California population, it's the best data we have, that number would be about 500 to 600 California DCs who are providing some level of service to animal patients. Yeah.
So is it a rider?
I believe it is, yes.
Right. So could we have
Yeah, we certainly could, yeah, and find out. Then we could kind of get even better data there. Sure. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'll certainly note that and work on that so we have that data when this issue comes up. And then beyond that, I was just explaining, I have a paragraph in there explaining that the board does have broad enforcement authority to enforce the conduct of its licensees. And then although complaints involving animal patients to our board are very rare, we do have the tools in place to be able to address those issues, and we have actually in 2 cases so far on discipline. So outlining that, then responding to the point about the authorization within the act, just simply clarifying that it's silent on the issue of animal chiropractic, and then specifically our scope only references the human body, and then just closing with a very open-ended statement of looking forward to collaborating with the parties on the issue. Any questions, comments, or concerns on that one? Okay. And then I gave you all 4 handouts that I'm going to reference here. For ease of reference, I'll say the summary document you don't necessarily need, because what I did was I've got the fee schedule here that just breaks down on a table the language that you would see within the document, so you could just reference that fee schedule. And then I also handed out 2 versions of a fund condition. The very tiny one, which I apologize, I know it's difficult to read, that is the current status quo of our fund condition, including repayment of the Bureau of Automotive Repair loan. And then it's got its projected 5 years from budget year, next year, budget year 26-27. This landscape sheet in color, this is a representation of, with the fee schedule, if we went with those minimum proposed fees that are in that schedule, that's what you would see. As far as just kind of taking a step back, when you look at the methodology and kind of where these proposed fees and these proposed caps came from, we kind of were looking at it from a few different angles, but what we ultimately settled on was, for the majority of our fee types, when we were looking at the underlying data that, how they came to be in 2021, a lot of the same time estimates, the same processes and procedures are already in place. So what we did was basically a baseline refresh. We took from 21-22 to 26-27, we have a jump of 13.5% overall in our expenditures. So we basically did a 13.5% refresh of all the fees to get to that proposed fee amount. And then to get to the proposed cap, you build in a 3% runway. I like the way that Dr. Adams describes that, but basically a 3% annual growth to hit your cap. So that's where that range is coming from. It's a 13.5% refresh to get us 5 years forward into today's costs, and then it's got projected 10 years out of annual growth of 3%. That's for the majority of the licensed fee types. I do want to highlight a few other ones, though, where that formula doesn't apply. So specifically, the very first one on that list, the DC license application, you see a reduction in the fee. The reason being that widespread adoption of the Connect system has actually had significant improvements in those processes, and it no longer requires the amount of staff time that it used to take for us to process those applications. So you see that reflected. Instead of having the $345 fee, our actual staff cost for next year, for 26-27, to process those applications comes in around $200, and then we round up to the nearest $5 increment, so you're at $205, and then you're still applying that same 3% growth over 10 years to get to $280. The fee directly below that, the reciprocal license application fee, this one puzzles me a little bit because the processes are nearly identical, so I don't quite understand why in the 2021 fee study they had concluded that it was cheaper than the DC license renewal fee. They're identical, so that's why you see in there the same fee applied. It's the same process, essentially. I will get to the DC license renewal fee last. The other ones were minimal adjustments were made. Specifically, when you look at the replacement license fees, we didn't increase those. The reason being that fee, as it stands now, covers the cost. And honestly, those 3 fee types are soon to be obsolete because we're going to hit a point where you're issuing electronic licenses anyways, and nobody's going to need a replacement license fee. They're also very low volume and really don't have any impact on our fund. Going a little bit further, we're proposing no changes to the petition fees. The reason being we're already charging a rather high fee for those services. It doesn't seem necessary for us to impose any additional fee on top of that. We are recovering our costs for providing that service. Going a little bit further down, when you get to the CE provider renewal fee, you see a pretty significant jump. That's because what we basically did was took our operating expenses for the board and then allocated a portion of it that is entirely for the CE program. And we're basically having CE providers pay their fair share of those costs. So that's where that number came. It's taking the overhead and then having providers start paying a third of it rather than having it be fully borne by licensees. So you get a jump there to a fee of $285. The CE course application fee, you see a pretty significant reduction. That's based on the assumption of when we took our existing process, if you keep the same paper-based process, you are still in that same $116 per hour plus that 13% growth. But when you exclude all of the obsolete processes or the things that could be easily automated, you're in that range. It really only is $35 an hour to start. It's actually closer to $31, and I've rounded up to the nearest $5 increment. And with this specific fee type, I did provide a 5% annual runway for growth, not 3%. So that's how you get 35 to 60. The preceptor fee is, again, the preceptor and the license certification fees. The processes are nearly identical, so that's why they have the same fee amounts. And there is no need to charge a higher fee on those. The 13% would have us overcharging in those categories. And again, these are very miscellaneous fee types, so they don't have really any effect on the board's fund. And then same, the referral service application, we don't receive those, but I applied the 13% refresh there. So then you've got the DC license renewal fee, which is our primary driver of costs. Looking at, actually, when you go all the way back to 2017 and you're looking at the 10-year projection of fee requirements, which would pretty much put you at the end of that chart where we are today. At that time, they were projecting that we should have been around be between $465 and $486 for the DC license renewal fee, but that was never implemented, and then we got into a fixed fee schedule. So we're in one of those positions where, had the 2017 study been implemented as designed, we likely wouldn't have had any fee issues over the last decade. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And where we're at today is we've got a DC license renewal fee of $336. In my opinion, in an ideal world, the DC license renewal fee would be somewhere between $425 to $450, but that's a significant jump and an impact on licensees. So instead, what I'm proposing is that we do just a 20% increase and get it to $400. It's not going to completely reverse the structural imbalance, and I'm going to get into that a little bit more in detail when you look at the fund condition statements, but it gets us closer. And then I've included a 5% growth for the DC license renewal fee, so we'd be looking at taking our cap from $500 to $650, so we have room to adjust through regulation as needed. So kind of in summary, looking at that DC license renewal fee, if you refer to the document that's highlighted there, what you're looking at there is the implementation of that proposed fee column would be reflected in this fund condition. You can see that when you're comparing the documents, beginning in its budget year 26-27, you can start to see a little bit of a difference. So the very last column and I'm going to recommend that we just add these in the future, by the way, for all of our fund conditions. It's just the structural imbalance. It just gives you, just at a glance, what the difference is between your revenue and your expenses. So you can see that with the implementation of these new fees, beginning in 26-27, rather than being $878,000 in the red, instead you're at $643. And then you can see that we begin catching up. So instead of it growing, the structural imbalance actually begins to reduce. But then you see it going in a like more of a kind of a cycle, and that's because this data is based on taking the proposed fee and then every 2 years making an adjustment. So when you make the adjustment the first time, it goes up, and the second year it goes down slightly because you've got the declining licensee population. A bit wordy there, but for me to just kind of summarize in point, my recommendation is that we take a rather cautious incremental approach here initially and just move to 400, because you can see it puts us in a better position than where we are now. Where we are now, we would be insolvent in 28-29. This proposal here keeps you out of insolvency through the next sunset review, and actually all the way off the chart, you don't go into insolvency. And it also, keep in mind, this assumes that we expend our entire budget. We've never done that historically. We always revert some amount. It's very difficult, though, at this point for us to estimate what our reversion is going to be because there's too many factors. We've had fluctuations in staff level, fluctuations in enforcement. So my initial recommendation is that we propose this fee schedule to the legislature, and then we're going to have a close eye on the DC license renewal fee, and then you may need to go back, in a year or two and bump it up again, like another 10% increase if we don't see the reversions, if we start seeing that we're on unsteady ground. But I think it's a fair middle where we're not trying to be too aggressive on the floor right away. It's like make some of the changes, see where the dust settles basically, and then reassess again. So that's kind of my recommendation. Definitely happy to entertain discussion or answer questions around that.
And also we pay off our loan. This is including paying, this is giving us our glide path to pay off that loan in the 28-29 year, which is great.
Correct. Yeah, the only thing that's not accounted for there is adding to the months in reserve, and that's where you would have to increase the DC license renewal fee to get there. You can do quick math on it, because if you look at the structural imbalance and you basically divide that by 11,000, that gives you approximately what you would have to add to the license renewal fee for each month you want to add to reserve. But again, those numbers, we typically are in about $500,000 of reversion anyways, so it may not be necessary because our starting point's at 6.7 months. So we're kind of, not going to say in a great position, but we're okay that I think we can take a more conservative approach and then do regulations later.
Well, they certainly will be happy that we've addressed that, which that's a big issue for them as well. So I have nothing else.
Kristen, when realistically would we be hitting the $35 an hour cost? We're at $116 per hour. You said it really just cost us $35, but we're not really there yet. Realistically, when is that time frame?
Realistically, I want that implemented with the same time as this fee. So this fee would go into effect January 1 of 2027, and I would want something electronic built in the fall heading into that so that they align at the same. So we're not in a position that we're undercutting our costs.
Okay.
So Kristen and I have had lots of discussion on this, and that's something that she's very committed to, and so is DCA in collaborating with us on getting that Connect system up to speed. We have the model of the acupuncture board and others that are already implementing this. So that's when we were talking yesterday about the changing of Connect. That might happen, but with the current Connect system, we can already implement those cost savings and efficiencies that will enable that to happen.
Question on kind of in the calculation, just you mentioned it was about a 3% increase per year, right? And that makes sense in terms of just kind of general inflation dollar, or general inflation percentage. So that totally makes sense, especially with the last inflation rate that was out. In terms of the calculation, I didn't bust out my calculator in any way, but it's more of, is it a straight line increase that you guys did, or is it compounding increase? So what I mean is that is it just a 3% of using, I'm saying baseline year of 24-25 fees? Is it just taking 3% of our current year fees and then just adding that each year? Or is it kind of taking the compound?
It's compounded.
Okay, making sure. I was just like, I really don't want to come back here.
No,
in
it's
2 years.
No, it's
Okay,
it's
thank you.
3% and 5% compounding.
Yes.
So it actually comes out a little higher than.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Motion, how would the wording be? Would you like the motion?
We didn't make any edits, right?
We didn't make any edits.
Right, so it would be to approve the 2026 sunset responses as presented today. We didn't have any edits. So moved?
Azulino, so moved. Do I have a second?
And can I add an edit to your motion real quick? To authorize your executive officer to make any non-substantive and technical changes. You're okay with that edit?
So moved.
Thank you. Okay,
Second.
thank you.
Ms. Cruz, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Dr. Adams.
Yes.
Dr. Daniels.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Dr. Azulino.
Yes.
Dr. Paris. Motion passes.
We will now invite our ALJ back to his position, and we will go into closed session to discuss our petitioners.